level where I have to get so many people involved. I don't want to tarnish my brand because I do touch every single file that I use. People that come to me, I touch every single one of their files. I'm actually looking over the work and doing the bulk of the work myself. You know what I'm saying? So I just try to, you know, give the highest amount of value as I possibly can. Be able to be personable with the people, answer questions, and that takes a lot, you know. So that's why I don't want to grow too big, you know, because I want to be able to be hands-on still. To your second question, some of the challenges, I believe that's what it was. Is that right, Black?
Yeah, and starting up, and then, you know, as you've grown or throughout the years.
Yeah, so starting up, like I said, I started out under tutelage of some people that got me into the business, and I did that for a few years under them. But once I learned the ropes, because I wanted to do more as well. Some of these companies, so my firm, we do taxes year round. I don't work, you know, just during the peak of the season, like tax season, like April through, I'm sorry, like January through April. I do it year round because I help businesses and stuff like that. So I'm always working on something. But yeah, that's how I got that. I started working year round because I wanted to know more about the business. So I just kind of stayed into it and learned more to where I was working year round because I do service those businesses and stuff like that. Some of the challenges that I've gone through is just some people growing too fast, you know, some people trying to outpace, you know, and just make a whole lot of money, you know, by hiring people and trying to service so many people. And that's one of the reasons why I grow my firm very slow and try to stay hands-on with people and not try to outgrow. Because those were some of the challenges that I seen. You know, you have an unhappy client base because you're not facilitating, you know, what their expectations were. And I also, you know, one of the challenges that I see with a lot of businesses in general, not just Black businesses, but we do have issues when it comes to, you know, keeping our finances in order, and also like taxes filed and stuff like that. A lot of businesses, I just took on another client. These are nonprofits and like big corporations and stuff. Not, I wouldn't say big corporations, but small business. But commingling is a big thing that I see a lot of the times, you know, not separating your personal from your business. So these are just some of the areas I know that a lot of business struggle with, and they try to usually do things on their own understanding, you know, but this can cost you a lot of money, cost you a lot of problems in the end. So, like I said, I just want to be here of service, you know, to answer questions for our community, so I can, you know, so we can just show you guys on how to do things the proper way, and then, be there in the background if you ever need any help.
Awesome. Yeah. So please put your thing in the Jumbotron. Man, I'm a sole proprietor LLC. Been that way for a minute. That commingling, I do that on a daily. You know, and it's kind of worked out to my advantage only because you know, I especially now I have a high income and I'm paying all these taxes through my paycheck, and typically I'm able to deduct all the business expenses, and so I'll get back the tax revenue. And I know some people will say, well, you know, change your deductions, yada yada yada, and blah 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 blah, and that's fine. And I do understand and appreciate that, but for me, I don't necessarily need to have the money coming in, and I would much rather actually have that lump sum, you know, during tax return season. But um, you know, I've been able to depreciate different properties and different assets over time, and You know, I've used H&R Block only because they're very expensive, number one, but I use them because they bundle all their returns, and so I have this theory in my mind, that because they bundle it the same way car dealerships bundle loans and banks bundle loans, is that the government doesn't even look at it. They just automatically cut the check, zoom, zoom, zoom. Whereas I'm not sure if I certainly couldn't do the returns myself because there's a bunch of different schedules involved in it. But I just wonder if the government is a little more gives a little more scrutiny on other firms that are not just tapped in, right? So in your space, I would assume Jackson Hewitt and H&R Block are probably the two biggest, the two largest in the country. I don't know if you've had that experience where um, they're the government kind of peeks over your shoulder a little bit or anything like that, or are you so tight with it, or is it such a thing where the returns are just so crystal clear that you just never have an issue like that? And then we'll go MF Kush after you answer that.
I mean, I've had a lot of different circumstances that I've helped with. Like you said, I mean, H&R Block, Jackson Hewitt, those are on every corner, everywhere. So I actually just went when I moved to Oklahoma, because like I said, I'm from Dallas. My company is based out of Dallas. But when I got here to Oklahoma, I went into, just, I think it was at a Walmart or something like that, and sat in front of one of those people and asked them about a corporate return. And they didn't know they didn't know what I was talking about. I mean, these people, they get paid like $8 to $10 to, sit there all day and help people come up who are inquiring about taxes, So a lot of the times that's what you're dealing with. You're not dealing with like a seasoned person like myself that knows the ins and outs and the schedules, the corp, the 1120s and the 1065. So, I mean, we address letters. If you're getting letters from the IRS, I mean, we handle it all. And a lot of those type of companies, they're not really around to assist with that. That's not even something that they even advertise that they help with. So yeah, we deal with all different facets of taxes. Just compliance itself. Filing and issues too. Collections. All of that. So yeah. But I'm here, if y'all have any questions, like I said, set up a free, strategy call, and we'll spend 15, 20 minutes on the phone, and we can look over whatever you have going on, and I can just give you some pointers on maybe restructuring or give you the thumbs up if you're doing good. It's just something that's there that, I just want to feel like I'm contributing to our community in some way, not money wise, because I know we're always looking to make some type of money, and I'm not saying that I'm gonna be wasting a bunch of time, but yeah, I'm gonna if there's anybody that hits me up, I'm gonna give them my time, and I'm gonna give them my honest opinion on what I see there.
Oh man, greatly appreciate you, and congratulations on taking the mentorship, being under someone else's wing, and then figuring out, hey, I'm confident enough I can do this on my own, stepping out on your own, building a business that your family's participating in, and essentially, like you said, you're hands-on. Sound like you really want to have the highest levels of customer satisfaction, and so salute. Miss MF Kush, you got it.
Thank you. And I also do want to let you guys know, for my spaces that I have done, I've been personally going out to some of the businesses that I have supported, right, and that I definitely know of that are reputable in the city, and doing interviews with the business owners, right? So if you guys look in the chat in the purple bubble, right, you guys will see some of the interviews that I have done with these people, with our people, and you guys can get a feel. Like there's a lady, she owns a shop, a little spot in the mall, and her products are all natural, all CBD infused. And if you guys know about the CBD laws in your respective states, she ships, right? I have a loctician that's been doing my locks for almost 7, 8 years. I've always done business with Sam. I love doing business with Sam, and she's a great person. She's going to be back for the return interview. So I do have a couple barbers lined up to do an interview. I even got some food spots for people to come in and check out. If you ever decide you want to come to Indianapolis, you guys need to know where you want to eat. You guys know where you want to get this service. So I'm doing my best to provide that for our people, right? You guys can reach out to some of these business owners if you like that are coming inside of the space and have an honest conversation with them if they're open to it. Because we cannot gatekeep knowledge. We have to be able to pass knowledge around so we can essentially keep the Black American dollar in the Black American community. Think about this, and I'll land with this, right? When you support a business, you're only not feeding a Black American family, you could potentially be creating jobs. So we cannot rely on politicians to create jobs for us. We would be able to employ our own people, right? Not only can we employ our own people, right? A business owner and a company would be able to buy one of those abandoned buildings and be able to get some of our Black American homeless people off the street. Or even start a scholarship for some of our youth. That's how deep this can go. And our dollar holds a lot of power that I don't think a lot of people realize. So, like I said, I'd appreciate it if you guys would come in, join in. The space is up there in the Jumbotron. The space is also up in the chat. Make sure y'all hit the reminder. And come chill with me December 12th at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time and catch the recording. Okay, I'm done talking. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll be there. Everybody, in the space. Yeah, set the reminder, and put it on the calendar. Because again, I was in one of Miss MF Kush's spaces about Black businesses, and it was an awesome space. So I see a few more entrepreneurs in the space. Feel free to come up, talk about your business, talk about the challenges in your business, talk about the successes in your business. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, I think 5 videos, and a couple are positive, and a couple are like, I think they're thinking they're, putting out the real information. So I think it's good to get a balance of both, right? What's the super positive things that are going on, but also some of the harsh realities. Because to be honest, to be an entrepreneur means sacrifice. Can't run a business, can't be successful if you think you're going to run a business like a 9 to 5, or, you're going to work a couple days and you're going to have most of the week off. Because, it doesn't matter whenever money's involved and you're not around to watch over the money disappears. That's just the reality of life. The business that I'm setting up now, we're going cashless. So there'll be no cash. Maybe tips. If people want to tip cash, so be it. But everything's going to be handled digitally, which means you still got to watch for people not swiping, phantom swipes on the credit checkout. Which means you got to have cameras to watch that and watch, because it's a bar, so you got to watch the servers. And I'm not going to nickel and dime it because I really don't care that much. But I do want to make sure I don't have people who are in the business who are stealing from the business, because you just can't have that. I mean, bottom line is you can't have that. And I'm the type of, because this will be my third crack at owning a bar. I'm the type of person that'll say, look, if you want to pour a drink for your friend, pour from the mid shelf. I'm not going to have no well liquor, no bottom shelf liquor. It's going to be all top shelf, mid shelf alcohol. But don't pour from the Patron bottle, obviously. Pour from the Jose Cuervo or whatever. And I'm okay with it because, that's just a part of the mood and the atmosphere and getting people, feeling like this is their place and this is a place they enjoy. They tell their friends, it's word of mouth, it spreads. And then before you know it, you got a line out the door, and people are waiting 2 hours to get inside. So that's kind of what we want to have. It's a small place, but we can do some big numbers in a very small place there. So we want to be customer service. I watched a little bit of these videos, and the thing that stuck out was customer service. So definitely want to be Chick-fil-A, and for whatever reason, it seemed like Chick-fil-A is a standard in restaurant service industry. And I get it. Chick-fil-A, yeah, they treat their customers pretty good. I don't have an issue with the way they do things, but it's just amazing how they have become the standard for what people think of as customer service. Yeah, so I mean, so I guess what it is the customer base has had this positive feeling and this positive interaction that travels, and whenever they think about, hey, where's a business where they have good customer service, Chick-fil-A is usually in the top 1, 2, or 3, which is pretty interesting. We got Miss Ello Puppet. Miss Ello Puppet has a phenomenal business, and we definitely want to support Miss Ello Puppet. I swear to goodness, and Muffet's in the building. Shout out to Miss Rella's in the building. Shout out to Yusef in the building. Shout out to Miss Mel Cruz, Miss Trouble, Darren. Feel free to come up, because brother Darren's a contractor. We man, bro, you would have loved to be in that Zoom room we had earlier today. You would have enjoyed that conversation. But at any rate, talking to an elder Black woman who was the state treasurer, like in the back of my mind, all I'm thinking is of all the hospitals in the state and everywhere they need the product that Miss Ello Puppet has. That's a relationship that has to build and grow. And then at some point in the future where this whole 6 degrees, 3 degrees, 2 degrees, 1 degree of separation, you could simply say, hey, I know this really awesome Black business that just needs a connection. And if the person is able to make those connections. So I'm always on the lookout for connections for people who I know are serious about their business for sure. And I would love to be able to, say, hey, this is the person's email. This is the person's contact information. If you get a chance, reach out and see where the conversation goes. So Miss Ello Puppet, you got it. And I saw Rella come up and come back down. Feel free to come back up.
Thank you, Black. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Rella. It's been a while. Hey, Kush, the company. Sean, thank you. Sean is always interacting with my post. Greatly appreciate it. I won't be long. I try to keep it as short as possible. But I'm the founder and CEO of Ello Puppet Diaper brand, where we responsibly manufacture and source baby diapers and wipes. I founded the company back in 2020, and I was basically on a mission to protect families, pretty much putting Black families first, and then, helping save everybody else. So, with that, I just kind of felt I needed a business that would always be around, right? And so that way, I'd always have money that I could funnel back into my community to make a difference. So it just kind of dwindled down to diapers, and from there, I found and designed this amazing product that outperforms the leading brands or the brands that have been on the shelves the longest. And I started out with size 1, 15 count trial pack size. So today, excuse me, we offer sizes newborn to 4. And also, we just finished production on training pants. We manufacture sizes 2T to 5T. And then we have 80 count Gentle Cleanse wipe as well. So pretty much a full line.
Yes.
We're not as diverse as the leading brands like Pampers and Huggies. Like they have, like 3 different, up to 3 different diaper lines, but we'll get there. We're kind of still in the, I would say, like beginning stages, if you will, because meaning like we haven't given or sold enough product to where we've got enough feedback to where, if we need to change anything. Now, granted, we're getting feedback, and we could work on just a few design parts of the diaper, but other than that, the performance of it, for the most part, it does absorb well, prevents diaper rash, and then also prevents leaks. So, but that's the business. I have a subscription model. Excuse me. I have a subscription model, and my business customers are just the consumer, so your regular, your parents, and then for the business, we try to sell to child care centers, as well as diaper banks. We have hospitals that we are in talks with, and also we're trying to break into retail as well. So those are like our 4 business customers that we're just trying to, well, it's just me. It's solely me by myself. So I put all the money up. And that's kind of one of the challenges being in manufacturing, is that, you spend, at least for diapers, you spend tens of thousands of dollars, and that's just to manufacture. And then, you spend a couple thousand to get it over here, freight costs. And so you excuse me, you're dishing out thousands of dollars only to make a couple $100 or even up to $1,000 a month, right? So the money that you spend or you spend, it doesn't come back fast enough. But for us, it just kind of, I guess you could say, part of that reason is because I don't have a marketing budget, and I would rather spend $1,000, towards my freight costs or production versus, do a social media platform where I may not get a sale. I'll just get, followers and website visits. So I just rather not. I've been growing organically. So shout out to all my Twitter supporters that have purchased from us. And, we've gotten sales via Facebook and Instagram, and then even TikTok as well. But like Google is our main source for our website visits and sales. So, but that's the main struggle. I guess, support from the Black community. I guess in dealing with diapers is not enough that, you're a Black-owned company or you have a great product. I am competing with, the brand loyalty from Pampers and Huggies, unfortunately.
Loves.
And something I found out recently about Pampers is that with majority of their hospital contracts, the hospitals don't buy Pampers. They'll call a rep and Pampers sends the diapers to them for free. And Pampers do that because nine times out of 10, when the parent leaves or when the mom leaves the hospital with that brand, she's going to then go to the store and buy that brand. Wow. There's a tactic and a strategy that I am thinking of in order to combat that. I won't speak on it now, but I know in an industry where it's predominantly male and white male owned, that you have to think outside the box. So that's what I've been doing. I know since I've been on Twitter, there's been like a few gentlemen that reached out about investing, and I just want to say openly that I've always been open to investors. It's just that I didn't want to take anyone's money and have you waiting for a return, right? So, I mean, people have asked last year and the year before, I believe. I think I've been on here 2 years now, I think. But as we get closer to guaranteed, business deals, I'll open up a door for opportunity to where you can invest. And it'll be interest. It won't be equity. And from there, if all goes well, I guess there'll be more residuals that could come from it. We recently, I'll end shortly, but we recently made contact with a guy, a Hispanic guy in Miami. By the way, I'm based in Florida. But Hispanic guy in Miami, he owns 3 television network stations, and one of them being for kids.
Nice.
And we were talking, and I guess we're going to have a conversation about licensing. And I would basically pay a licensing fee to get one of his characters and, put it on the packaging of the box and the diaper or the training pants. So from there, if you guys don't know about licenses for the business, that's like free cash flow, right? You somebody pays you a licensing fee, and then they go make money, and then they give you a percentage of that. So that's free cash flow. You can do whatever you want with that money. So basically, that's the value that I would be bringing for him, but also having some kind of Hispanic character of some sort. It allows us to tap into the Latino market and potentially get onto those.
It's a big market.
Grocery store, the retail stores for Latino market. So here in Florida, we have Bravos, we have Fresco y Mas. I think Harvey's is one too. Harvey's supermarket. But we are looking to explore that option. I will say that I had earlier this year, I made contact with Gracie's Corner. So when this idea of licensing came about, I first was thinking of our Black-owned YouTube series characters, right? Jules TV, Gracie's Corner. I spoke with their agent, which he was not Black. He either was of white or Hispanic descent. And what I took away from that conversation was that he was more concerned about the money, like how much money we would make. Because my thing was I wanted to do a limited edition, and I wanted to test the market, right, to see how well it would go. But long story short, he was concerned. He was like, I like the idea. It's organic. He's like, my only concern is the money. Because he asked me, he was like, are you in retail stores? So with that being said, the conversation was that he said he was going to, talk to the creators and reach back out, but he never did. So I said, okay, they're lost. I'll get it. I'll get it somewhere else, and then maybe they'll come around. But we also met with the Supply Diversity for Disney. It's a Black lady. Her name is Carla, and I basically told Carla the same thing. Like, if it's possible, can you give us an introduction to the licensing department or whatnot. And so she took my information. So in my mind, I'm thinking, like, if I can get licensed to Black Panther, I think that'll do I think that'll bring. I actually really do. I'm positive it could bring in a couple $100 million in sales just for training pants alone, and that's not including any baby care products. So that's not a conversation that can happen maybe in the next 3 months, but I think our name is going to be brought up in that room and in that conversation, because she said when Princess and the Frog and Black Panther, when they hit the theaters, Disney didn't realize, like, oh, there's a market for this, right? Like, yeah, Black people actually will, support and buy out. She was saying, like, they couldn't keep the Black Panther stuff off on the shelves. So I figured, if we can tap into that part of retail, that definitely the revenue, the profits earned from that, it really could do wonders in communities across the country, or particularly the South. But that's where we are today. We are just kind of focusing on wholesaling right now to really move those pallets, because the consumer side of the business is very slow. It's not enough to pay me. It's only enough to pay the monthly bills of the business. But we're just gonna pivot and focus on something that could bring in more money. And we have a Black Friday sale, $7 packs of diapers, $2 packs of wipes. Anything else on there is 50% off. So we have some baby care items from another Black-owned brand, Garner's Garden. That's another thing. I also carry about 4 other Black-owned products on my website, and I do that on purpose. So, but yes, that's it. Let me know if you have any questions, but continue to support, share our post whenever you can. You never know, we never know where our next customer is coming from. But thank you.
Thank you. I sent you something in the back channel as you were talking. Just an idea came to my mind, but there was a product called Dudes Wipes. If you ever watched Shark Tank back in the day, you probably saw that, and you probably saw it somewhere in stores, maybe, possibly. Well, I'm going to read this because it's relevant because of the program that they were able to get involved with. It's something where Walmart has a Made in the USA program. It commits to sourcing $250 billion in U.S. made goods by 2023. It says these contracts help boom this particular business. And in 2020, this Dude Wipes made $40 million in annual sales, did $67 million in 2021. In 2023, they hit $340 million in sales. The business is now valued at $300 million. So I don't know. I know we've had talks about different chain stores, and I know they probably want to have, you got to have a lot of product on hand and or be able to ship a lot of product. But it sounds like if you can tap into this Made in the USA program and this $250 billion in goods made in the US. Now, typically, because we talk about this 6 degree, 4 degree, 2 degrees of separation, you would hopefully have someone who knows somebody at Walmart. And for Black Americans, that's really not something that typically happens. But what I would do is go out on a limb and see if and this is just me thinking off the top of my head, a shot in the dark, either Black managers of Walmarts around the country, if you could figure out a way to decipher through that if they have, because I know they have their pictures in the stores. I don't know if they would have them on the website, and if there was a way to figure out that information and maybe have a conversation with them directly and see if they can move it up the chain. But then the other thing is, and this again is another real big shot in the dark, but Arkansas is the home of Walmart. Arkansas has a significant Black American population, and with a little bit of digging and maybe a little bit of research, there may be someone who is a Black American who does care about Black American businesses who may have a connection with the insiders in Walmart that could make that introduction. Again, I'm just off the top of my head, because everything's off the top of the head. It's intuition, but that may be an avenue to possibly look into. So, for what it's worth.
Yeah, I heard about the program that they do with the Made in the USA. I'm not sure how much of I'm not sure if I qualify, just because I manufacture overseas, and they at least want it's okay if you have imported goods, but maybe putting the diaper in a US made box, that qualifies me. So I'd have to revisit that. But I actually do know someone by the way of one of my friends from PTA. Her uncle, she's Black, her uncle used to work for Walmart, and that's what he did. He looked for basically Black owned businesses to introduce to Walmart and see if the product would be a great fit for them. I know just by talking with others in retail, like district managers and things of that nature, when it comes to those Walmarts and Targets, you have to be ready. So it's more of do you have access to capital? Because if they like your product, they're gonna want 50,000 units of those to put in all of their stores, and they want it in 3 weeks type thing, right? And so there lies the barrier. If my stuff is all the way in China, and if it's not already manufactured, just waiting to be shipped, then I have to manufacture. Then I gotta, put it on a boat and all that kind of stuff. So it's a lot that goes into quote unquote being retail ready. I have my eyes set on those types of those larger supermarkets, but I found out that you can be regional. Like for the South, you have Winn-Dixie, you have Publix, I think maybe like Rite Aid and all those type of regional stores. I would like to get my feet wet in those first, because you send all that product. Guess what? You spend all that money, send all that product to Walmart. When it doesn't sell, you have to pay to get that stuff back, right? And if you're delayed, if you're late, if they have to rewrap and all that, they charge you for. So it's a lot that goes into retail. FYI, for anybody that has a product and want to get it on the shelf, please don't rush the process, right? Learn everything you can, perfect your product, perfect your customer service, perfect your logistics and supply chain and all that before you set your sights on those larger brands. I'm sure you're worthy, your product is worthy of it, but when you mess up, you actually pay the cost. But yeah, I'm trying to think. Did I have anything else? I think I'm good.
I have a question. I'm on the website. How much do they normally cost? The diapers normally cost? Because you said there were some type of discount for Black Friday.
Yes. So I had them tiered. They range from $7 to $9. So I put all sizes $7 a pack.
I'm not sure. I mean, I guess this is like unsolicited advice, Is your target market? Because it just seems like they should be a lot more expensive.
You know what? They should be. But I wanted to make it more affordable. So my target market is like that middle class, that mom that, you know, she's not researching what goes into a diaper. She's like more worried about, you know, the cost and if it works. But I can, because of my product itself, I could appeal to, you know, that moms that would pay $13 a pack for diapers.
Okay, so you're trying to go under the market of Pampers, then, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you for I'm not gonna. Oftentimes, I just get on, and provide a whole bunch of unsolicited opinions. But yeah, I mean, I'm very proud of everything. I'm like looking at your website and things like that. Yeah, that's awesome. I think I've maybe heard about your company, quite a bit ago. But yeah, great job. Staying in business, being in business, and staying in business.
Thank you.
Yeah, the thing I wanted to say was, and again, this is back to Shark Tank, one of my favorite shows. But I remember they would say to some entrepreneurs that came on, if you have purchase orders, that's just like money in the bank. So, and from your knowledge and wisdom and understanding, if you want to start at the more regional stores, that if you get those purchase orders, you can, I mean, this is based on their perception of it. You should be able to walk into a bank and simply say, I have purchase orders for 5,000, PLUs or whatever, however, they do that today. And then they'll be willing to, loan you the money as an entrepreneur to do that because you already have this relationship in hand. So that's something to think about, and explore, of course. So we
absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. And everybody, if you're not following Miss Elo Puppet, please follow Miss Elo Puppet. And if you know anybody that's got a baby on the way, certainly she has some gift packages for diapers and other products. I think she has some wipes that would certainly be a welcome gift for a newborn baby and the mother and the father and family. So definitely look into her products, high quality products. We got Brother Darren who came up to speak. So if you would like to go, and then we'll get to the Negro and then Muffet. And then I'm sorry, Miss Rella, you might have to update your phone, turn your phone off and on, because I noticed you're having a hard time staying in space. I had that issue in another space last week, and I did everything, and it still wouldn't let me stay in the space. And so I think that's when you got to go into your cache and your data and delete the cookies that they may have on your device.
How you doing, Rella?
Right. Okay, so Darren, you're up. You got it.
Hey, what's going on, Black Martin Jordan Stage, man? Great stage, brother. Great space, man. Very encouraging group of people you got here, too. As far as Elo Puppet, you may want to consider this. I got a daughter, she's in marketing, but you may want to give a celebrity that may have just had a kid, and that could be your greatest spokesman. And you can get a lot of hype from that. So, just, throwing that out there. It seems like you got them the tip of success. And like the brother said before, just staying in business is a success in itself. So, big ups to you. But as far as what I do, I do everything from site to building, and I'm in a different. I got a different fruit. You know what I'm I'm saying? So I don't know if it's applicable to everybody else, but I do what I do, and I try to manage it well. And like Georgia State was saying earlier, you got to manage your money and manage your people, and equally, stay on top of it to manage your reputation. So, but again, Black Majority State, I think you're doing great, brother. I like what you got going, and I just want to be here for support.
Thank you for that. Like I said, the Zoom call we were in, the woman, she created this National Alliance of Contractors or something like that, and she's based in Philadelphia, I believe, and so she's kind of working her way in that general area, New Jersey, Delaware. She talked about Maryland, Virginia, and possibly North Carolina in the future. So if I remember from our past conversations, you kind of had stuff going on in different parts of the country. Maybe there's a chance for you guys to connect and see what you guys can work on, in some future capacity with that. But you got it, the Negro, and then Muffet.
Hey, how's it going, man? I was just checking in. I was checking into your space and just showing some love. First things first, and I wanted to say, I went to visit Delaware. I actually liked what I saw.
Ooh, wow.
Very clean area, clean streets, breath of fresh air, a lot of black folks, some sprinkle of melanated folks up in there, and I think it's something that's prime for the taking, I think if we can get the right mindset involved into the community and build up institutions and build up corporations and businesses, I think it's just a lot of opportunity for our community. So that's why I just wanted to report. I visit with the other Sister Kim while I was down there, one of my fellow club members, and had a good holiday. It's good to have holidays with like-minded people on the plight of our people. So I just want to say shout out to that. Good call, Black Majority. Good call. You get a salute on that, brother.
You know what? It's so, because I've seen her in maybe one or two other spaces very briefly, and I remember when she sent me the video, like, hey, I'm here and everything, and I haven't been able to. I've been there, man, at least 2 or 3 times. It would have been so awesome to bump into her or whatever. But I'm glad she's there, because wow, I mean, again, because I don't think that the experiences that we're having need to be recorded and uploaded necessarily, right? I think they should be experienced and lived, and then you report back the information that feel is pertinent. But it just was like an amazing experience today, in terms of just meeting people, seeing their true love and compassion for their community, wanting to clean up the community, wanting to clean up the intentional neglect that they're being oppressed under. And man, it's just like, it's like if all the people on the app that talk politics and talk Black Americanness and talk, if they all moved into that city, an army of those people, my goodness, we'd be unstoppable, literally unstoppable. So we'll just have to do with what we have and the people that we have. But I think just a dozen people, fanning out amongst the people will make it happen. So I'm so super excited about it. Muffet, you got it, and then back to the Negro.
All right, just wanted to make sure that Negro Nice didn't have something to say real quick before I go.
The Negro.
No, you can go. I can space it out, brother. It's all love, man. It's all love. I want to make sure everybody get a chance.
All right, thank you. Good evening, everyone.
Mm-hmm.
To Darren, if you're interested, I can send you information on the National Contractors Association. The woman's name is Miss Hunter, and I can follow up and probably send you what is that? Give you her information in a message. I did have one comment and question for LO Puppet. I'm just thinking back to when I was younger and I first had my children. I would always go to the supermarket and buy this brand called Fitties. And that brand was always less than $10. And I loved it because it was cheap and they were, reasonably, it was a good quality. And so like there's a market at the lower end for people that's not looking to spend so much on diapers. I wanted to ask LO Puppet, but Darren kind of brought it up, if she would consider a more focused or targeted type of advertising where you're not spending money going to the different store chains, but you try to advertise through either social media influencers, talk shows that cater to women, or certain celebrities that would be willing to to try out your brand or product and let their followers know about it. I realize how tough it is to like break into the market. There was one time I was in Georgia and I was clearing some land that I had, and I ran into a gentleman. His name was Larry Smith, because I contracted him to do some work on the land, but he was telling me about a prior business that he had where Donald Trump had him both manufacture and sell soaps through all of his hotel properties.
Oh, wow.
And he was telling me how Trump pretty much just handed him the business through like an associate, where they got him bonding. They introduced him to the manufacturers, and they pretty much gave him access to all of Trump's accounts through the hotels. And, it sounds kind of strange, but like, it's tough to get access like that. And you have to be at the right place in the right time. And Larry Smith, right? Yes. He was a black man. So I don't know if Trump was just trying to do outreach. I thought it was an amazing and very interesting story. But one of the hurdles that face all of us is that we don't have access to those markets. We're not connected to these networks. And I guess the people that grow up and go to the right colleges or in the right institutions, they do gain some access, but that's like the first hurdle for most of us. We don't have the access, and we have to like stumble over ourselves to find out how to get the access. Who's the right person to know? Who do we speak to? But my question was like, instead of, killing yourself, trying to get in with this chain or that chain, would you consider a more direct form of targeting to like your markets, your target market, by going to like celebrities or social media influencers, where you might end up spending less money, but you'll reach millions of people?
Great question. I'm open to it. But I'm hesitant. I know what an influencer has done for me. I paid her $800, and actually I made like $800 in sales on TikTok. Like, the post she did for me went viral, and it was crazy because I paid her for, like, she originally did a video and it didn't do well. Like, it didn't do what it was supposed to do, and she like did it across 3 platforms. So I said, hey, I noticed this, and can you do something again? So when she did another video, when she did the second video on her TikTok, that one took off. That went viral. That actually she made my sales go from a couple $100 a month to now I average $1,000 per month, and that's been since, I want to say, end of June, up until now. I've been averaging $1,000. The only thing is, I don't have a marketing budget, so to trust an influencer, paying them, $800 or more. And that was a discount, by the way. So, we Black, she was looking out, and she understood, like, I'll say this also, I don't know if you guys are on TikTok, if you're familiar with the family called the D&Z family. They actually are here in Orlando, which is, we're based right outside Sanford, where Trayvon Martin was killed. But I paid them $3,500 last year, November. And long story short, I had to file a civil case. Civil case. And we end up settling in mediation, and I got they're paying $3,000 of that back, mine not including the fees and all that it took for me to file. And so I had a bad experience prior to paying her, in regards to that. Celebrities have been difficult. I don't have a direct, access or connection to celebrities, but I do my best. Like when Keke Palmer, Cardi B, I'm not reaching out to Sexy Red, some other, the Brat and them. I had to I had to screen record a live that I was on, and Judy read my comment that said, have you tried Ella Puppet diapers? So she responded and said, like, oh, no, we haven't. So, like, I'm still waiting to hear, like, something back, because I paid money to even have it sent to her, because I knew somebody that worked with the Brat's goddaughter. So it was like, okay, we got to pay the goddaughter to get our stuff sent, our product sent there, and that was just the end of that. So I say all that to say I'm hesitant. But I understand the power, like, of a celebrity putting their name on, putting our name in their mouths. Like, what's her name? Pinky Cole. I sent her diapers from her, what was that, second baby. Now she's on, I think, baby number 3. I'm just naming a celebrity I could possibly reach out to, and I know she's in Atlanta. But I'm gonna say this, and I'll close with it. You can follow up. So, and I found this out last year, y'all. Last year, September, the federal government, this is the first ever, they launched a diaper distribution pilot program. So they was giving between $800,000 to $1.2 million to community action agencies to buy diapers. Wow. And I got, by this last year, December, I was reaching out to the contact person, for the federal government for that program. And I basically asked them, like, hey, is there a way that me as a minority owned business, if I could be like the main supplier for this pilot program? The pilot program is two years. So you got 1 million, you got 2 years to spend it. And, he told me, unfortunately, no, that's not how the program was written up. So he was like, basically, I had to contact these community actions one by one. And I was doing heavy this year. And I even met with a Black lady in North Carolina, and she said she was gonna do everything she can to help me and all that. And each Black person, I even went to a conference where community action agencies were there, even the ones that won the contracts. I spent $1,000 plus $1,000 for the vendor fee. Went there, and I haven't gotten any sales. Like, nobody has reached out to me to buy my diapers, and I was like, what the heck? Like, what is it? I don't know what it's going to take. But that's the struggle or the hesitant I have with spending thousands of dollars on marketing or trying to get somebody's attention, and no one's paying it forward, if you will. But I'll close with that.
Two more quick questions. The first question is, would you be open to investments or investors? And the second question is about your production. Do you have a minimal requirement of production monthly? Whereas if you didn't make orders to produce, you would lose a certain production right, or can you order as needed?
Interesting. Good question.
Great questions. I am open to investors. I would probably open up or ask for investors once I can solidify some business deals or POs. I will say I do have an investor. He's a millionaire. Excuse me. He's Native American out in Louisiana, and he's in the early child care space, which is where I'm trying to gain my market share as well. If you're not familiar with Early Head Start, that's a federal program for low-income poverty families, so that their children, their babies and toddlers can, go to daycare for free, pretty much. So, but they have and with those federal dollars that they get, they have to buy diapers and wipes. So, as you can see, I try to gain their business, but he's been in that space because he makes smart boards and whatnot. So, but he's more than capable to funding anything. But if I wanted to, if I had another project going on, then that's when I would bring in an investor. Your second question, I'm able to order when I need to. I don't have to place in my minimum quantity orders. Like my manufacturer works with me. Like I was in talks with them for almost up to a year before I even placed my first order. Right. So we have a good relationship.
Wow.
My account rep, she believes in me. She believes that I'm going to be one of the top sellers. I'm telling you I am. Just hang in there. Just hang in there. I promise you. So usually I say this, their minimum quantity order could be 100,000 pieces per size, right? But they'll let me slide for 20,000 pieces, right? So, they're pretty flexible in a sense. And then my terms are 30% down, and that's when they'll produce the whole order, and then before they ship, you just pay the 70% balance.
Interesting. Wow. Man, that's beautiful, man. Absolutely amazing. I guess Miss Rella hasn't spoken yet, and then and you can go whenever, Miss Rella, and then Darren.
Hey everybody, I know it's been a minute since you guys probably heard my voice. So it feels good to be back in the space. Hello, Black Majority, Black American Homeland, and shout out to the space, Elo Puppet. It is so good to hear your voice. You sound like you got a cold. I was like, is that her? Yes, that's her. It's so good to hear you, and I'm glad that even if the volume from the time I think we last spoke with Alexis, you're not that billionaire yet. You're on your way, and you're still in the fight. Mm-hmm. So, and with the stuff with ourselves, we kind of fell off contact, but I think I asked you, had you checked to see if you could actually work with the churches also, because they also get funding to be the one of their diaper suppliers for a lot of the missionary work that they do, like overseas, and when they're taking packages, to different places. I need a list.
Stay up.
So the thing about churches or daycares, you got to find the main point of contact.
Hey.
So so a lot with black churches, white churches too, but they have sister churches and organizations. But you got to find that main one where they could ask everyone, up under them, like, hey, are you buying this? Or, can you pass my information along there? So, but I'm open to churches as well. I know that's an avenue. It just takes a lot of footwork. That's the only thing. So I'm like, I want to, in order to be stable, I want to move my pallets to and with customers that buy on a regular, which would be my diaper banks. across the nation. And then from there, it allows me to maybe hire someone, right? And then they can do the research in calling the churches and stuff. Like I know the Catholic Methodist, Catholic Church. There's a Catholic church, you know, and they do annual baby showers. I made contact with them before, maybe like 2020, 2021. But I don't know, everything seems to just fall through. I'm not great at, I guess you could say, marketing myself, which is what I'm realizing, but maybe it's just building relationships. I'm like, I don't like to chase people. If you don't, you know, that's just me.
Well, I think that's the part of the business you probably should be focusing on, and then having someone do the other piece. So I guess when you get a chance, finding someone that you can delegate to, you know, that could work with you until, you know, you get to a place where you can actually provide funding. I know that there is a small business grant, and I mentioned this to Muffet, that I had just found about. It was a $1 billion small business grant, 10 billion, excuse me, that was supposed to be spread out throughout the country, and every state got like a certain amount of money. And I had to send you the information so that you can look and see how much your state got. But apparently, again, these are those resources that we don't seem to be tapped into, and I think it's because we're not working towards grants or I call it the set-asides, the government set-aside funding, where we actually register through SAM, or you register through one of the government agencies. Like, you could also be a part of the medical community, right? Because I think I remember talking to you about supplying diapers to the hospital. And finding out what program they actually use, because they use Pampers and stuff like that, and they bring the little bassinet in with the baby in it. There's diapers in the bassinet and wipes, and they're normally Huggies or Pampers. So you also could get a contract with the hospitals, but maybe having someone do the legwork where they're contacting maybe the general, I'm not sure if it's HR or their fulfillment distribution center, I believe, and figuring out how to build a relationship to get your diapers, or a contract with the hospitals and stuff like that takes legwork. And I think that's the piece where I struggle in the sense of product development, because you need a couple of people in your corner to help you get those things up and running, because you still got to work the product and try to monitor these other things. So delegation is going to happen some kind of way. And that's kind of, I think, part of it. And where we might run into issues where, you know, even if we get grants, now we need to be able to know how to do the media marketing, scale the business, that sort of thing. And so that's the part that needs to be, I think, etched out. And somebody is good at that in this room. I'm hoping it's you, Seth.
Okay, we got Brother Darren, and then I think Yusef is next after Darren.
Yeah, by the way, Mark, I friended you, and I would like to have that information if you got it. But as far as back to
sure.
Hello Puppet, you know, Rihanna's getting ready to have another baby as well. Just want to throw that out there. In addition, I mean, brother, it's been a long time since I heard your voice, and you're still brilliant as you were before.
Oh, thanks, Darren. You are too. I remember the light bulb.
Okay. But I hope it's literal. But nonetheless, Hello Puppet, there's two wars going on. And Rella said something very significant about the SAMs and all that good stuff. I mean, back in 96, when I first went in business, I had a very, I think she's passed away now, I forget her name. My wife and I, we went to a workshop on small business. Matter of fact, that was 2013 Small Business a Year, you know, incidentally because of her and her efforts, you know, towards setting me up in business and learning the ins and outs of how things actually work. And don't beat yourself up, about the money you spend. I mean, I go to Orlando, I go to Vegas for those business workshops when it comes to construction or site or machinery or engineering or whatever.
That requires an email. That requires a DM.
Take notes
That's
on
a little
your
complicated.
journey.
There's some steps
at
to
the rate
that.
you're going, you're going to reach your destination. And like Willa was saying, you got to put some more people on your team. Because this is not golf. It's a team sport. And I'll land on that.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Great advice. You got it, Yusef.
Appreciate it. I'm going to talk about my business, and I think all of the advice that people are giving to LO is great. Also, I always find that that there's so many great ideas. Sometimes it's hard to you have to just prioritize what is the thing that's going to bring in the most, the money immediately, and that'll get drive you momentum. But so I've been building custom web and mobile applications this is my 9th year. I do it full time. Just recently I hired 2 people. I try to do that before, like interns and things like that. But in the coming year, the main thing I'm really focusing on is scaling, so I can work on other projects. I think after you're working in it sounds like even Elo's at a similar place as me, even though we're in completely different businesses. Like, you get comfortable because I don't know how, like, at least for me, I'll speak on me, like, you get comfortable making, like, you're able to make a living doing something, but it's important always to continue to grow, because all it does is take COVID or something to happen that really will mess up your business. So definitely, and really the main goals for me in the next year is to scale my business. Make sure all of my SOPs, standard operating procedures, are all together. And then not only focus really, I think there's so many opportunities to work with Black businesses. I don't know if I was talking about in this room or some other room. Just like LOG have great businesses and things like that, but from the technology standpoint, which is what I do, it's just not necessary there. Like, like if I gave her not only for her but any type of companies, like I can see her company or her website built with Wix when it probably should be built with Shopify, and you can automate a lot of everything that we've been talking about. In like SEO, and then you have more numbers on you'll get more data from your sales and who's actually buying, so then you can actually make more informed decisions, like when you're doing email marketing. I think honestly I can consult with a number of different companies, providing different scaling and business advice. Because before I was I had my own business. I literally worked for DC, helping businesses and entrepreneurs not only register their business properly, but also grow their business. But the main thing that's going to be unique in the future is community. Like, you should, before you even set up a product, you should be focusing on building a community. So, like, when I hear LOs talk about, the difficulty of direct, to consumer marketing, it's all about building a community of moms. If you want to specifically focus on the Black moms, and also sometimes you don't have to even build the community. You just need to be a part of a community where your target market actually spends their time doing research and things like that, and you're part of that. And they'll see you as they'll more likely support you. And I even forgot, just because you're a part of this community, I forgot I had a client that is, which one of my, I'm not gonna say she was it was a challenging client because I'm not a father or anything like that, but there's a company called Baby Bod Programs. This lady she does a physical therapy for moms, like prenatal and postpartum. She has like over 100,000, 200, like she's huge. Wow. And I forgot that I even did this work with her. Like that would be a great person to connect you with. I completely forgot that I worked with them for like 3 years, building out a application for women that to help on the recovery of after they given childbirth. And the reason why she's so successful, she's like an older woman, older white woman that has had her children are like 30 in the 30s, but she built, when she was pregnant, she built the community on Facebook, and and then also she just has kept on supporting the community, and that's really how she gets all of her sales. And she doesn't, all of her people that she targets, there's no insurance. They're paying $500, $600 a session. Just because she's communicated her expertise in the space. So this is not even only just for Elo, just for anybody. If you are thinking about, if you have a business, if you're thinking about building a business, it's all about building that community. First of all, either finding a community or building a community, and then making sure you're investing in maintaining the culture of the community. And you can sell any type of products, like, damn near anything, because there's a community, there's people that are interested in whatever, sub-interest or subcategory that you are. And so that's really my focus in the future, just focusing on community building and building products that specifically target different communities, because it makes selling so much easier. And my last point is, I definitely would. I remember I was Black was talking about Shark Tank. So Damon John, he was giving advice to, I believe this. I think it was like a kid that was a teenager, and he had some type of skincare things for like kids with maybe acne or something like that. And the kid was like, "Hey, I want to go to a box store and and sell it on direct to consumer that way." And he pretty much was like, when you do that, let's say you sell it to Walmart, you have to sell it for $10 to Walmart, then Walmart sells it for $20. Or you could just sell it for $20, straight to the consumer, and then you keep the whole margin if it costs you $5. So there is a lot of benefits to put that sweat equity in building your own distribution channel, and it'll pay off in the long run. So I definitely think if I was in your situation, I would, a lot of people keep on saying using marketing or what I call influencer marketing. The client that I'm talking about, as far as the Baby Bod, she does affiliate marketing. So she'll, like let's say for your company, she would put a link. You would just give her a link, and then any sales, she would only get, let's say 20% of the sales, and that way you're not actually, you're only paying for if the marketing works. So it's a win-win situation, because after that first sale, it's all about retention, and that's where you're going to make all your money. When there are repeat sales. I think that's about it. But yeah, that's my goal moving forward, is working with a lot more Black businesses like yourselves, and also, like I said, focusing on community-based, building communities and creating products for those communities.
Man, that was great advice. Shout out to Bracy Research, who's on the YouTube. He was talking about affiliate marketing, and I suggested that he DM Miss LO Puppet. So you may see a DM from Bracy Research about affiliate marketing. Great minds thinking alike. So that's what's up. Darren's up next.
Hey, Yusuf, I also followed you. I'm in the works of getting ready to publish a book of poetry, and I'm also a playwright. And I'm getting ready to negotiate with my alma mater, UWF, to do a play. So before I do any of that, I like to consult with you before I go forth. But you made some great points to LO Puppet, and I know Black Majority States said something about POs and the banks and all that good stuff. And I just would encourage you to try to keep as much of your business to yourself as you can, because you got great discernment about, it's good to have investors. I've been down that road before myself, and they got legal, and it's become a juggernaut. So but try to retain as much of your business to yourself as you can going forward. That's even with your distributors. You see, you had distributors in China. You may want to get a proposal, like a 5-year plan, just something in writing. So when you do go to the bank, they can see your milestones going forward, but also renegotiate with them, because things will change when your numbers go up. Trust me on that, because I had, I was back in the early 90s. I tried to do business with Walmart with some T-shirts that I was trying to market. And you're right, their first deal at the gate was they wanted $50,000, and I wasn't equipped for that at the time. I was 20-some years old. So you've gone down the road quite a bit, and the good part about it, you haven't made no permanent decisions. So I salute you on your efforts. But yourself again, I friended you, and I'd like to chat with you before I make some my own mistakes going forward with this book and this playwright on this play. I'll end.
Okay, awesome. Connections. So many connections are being made. Networking. There's a clip of a black man. I think he's at a podium, and he has a piece of paper, white piece of paper with a bunch of black dots all over this white paper, and he quotes some African proverb that talks about if the spiders unite, they'll take down the lion. And shout out to Brother Darren, because I'm pretty sure you're the one who sent it to me, now that I think about it. He flips the paper over, and on the back of the paper, the dots are connected like a spider web. In my book, I talk about the strength of a hand versus the strength of a fist. And this is essentially what, outside of the politics and controlling the politics, we were just talking about Black Americans networking with each other, sharing information, because information is really free if we're really being honest about it. Some people like to gatekeep information, which is what it is. There's power in information, but I really believe for us as a people who are trying to pull ourselves up by our bootstraps, I just think sharing information is like one of the kindest things we can do to each other, and in order to help each other progress. Because I remember when I opened up my second bar, and the code said that the toilet had to be 18 inches from the wall, 18's off center, and it was like 24 inches or whatever. So there was a 6-inch difference from the code. And so it was like, this is a brick wall. The brick wall's not moving. It's a concrete floor. So the toilet's not moving, because you got to dig up the concrete, move the pipe, and yada, yada, yada. So what's the simplest solution? And it was, hey, can I build out a 6-inch shelf out of this wall? And you know, the inspector looks at it. He says, "Yeah, I don't see why not." So boom, there you go. Simple solution. I've done some minor construction in the past. You know, I grew up as a teenager. I was in homes doing drywall and painting and yada yada yada. And so, because you know, it had been a while since I built anything, to be quite honest, I probably spent a week just building this little shelf, and I probably put 1,000 screws in it. You know, and but it worked. You know what I mean? It was one of those. It's one of those things where if I had just hired somebody to do it, they probably would have been done with it in a half an hour. But it's just one of those things, and you learn. You know, I've learned that lesson over time that it's much easier to just call somebody up who's an expert and has all the information, has all the tools. They go in, they knock it out, they're in and out, and you know, you pay for the time and the skills that comes with that. So I'm gonna play our first video, and this video is extremely encouraging for Black Americans, Black owned businesses. This is 2023, and it's actually, I only watched a little bit of it, so I know it's phenomenal because I think they start at the bottom and they go to the top. It's a list of the 20th richest and biggest Black owned businesses in America in 2023. And I want to play this one because it's so encouraging. Last week, I believe we were discussing potentially bringing in, corporations into Delaware as a Black majority state, trying to attract businesses. Well, from what I could tell from the first couple that I watched, we could bring in our own Black owned businesses that are already in America, that are already performing at an exceptional rate, whether through a franchise or a complete relocation. And these are some very diversified, phenomenal businesses. So we're gonna let this play. It's about 15 minutes long, but this is something that, yeah. And I'm gonna post this up on Funded Socially in our Black business section. You know, we got a bunch of communities in there, and the site is monetized. And if you have a subscription-based service or a subscription-based product, we can put that on Funded Socially, and it is community-based. And so when Yusef was talking about building a community, that's the first thing that popped into my head, because we would really love to have 1 million Black businesses on the platform, selling 1 million products through the platform. That is really, really what the whole intention of it is, along with the politics. But here we go. Of course. As soon as we got cracking, bruh. Oh, as soon as we got cracking. Goodness. Of course, they kicked me as soon as I hit play. So I'm gonna wind it back and hit play again, and hopefully they'll keep the space up. Mm-hmm. Whoo! Yeah. So they don't never let them tell you that, Black Americans can't do it, that we can't do it, that we can't build a state, that we can't do this and we can't do that. And we're doing it despite the circumstances, despite the fact that they're trying to hold us down as a people group. These 20 businesses are the top, the cream of the crop. They're not in entertainment and they're not in real estate. These people are actual professional business owners in manufacturing for the most part. And yes, we could bring, if not all 20 to Delaware, certainly campaign to get some offices in the state of Delaware and get some training for the people in the state of Delaware from these 20 businesses alone. So that's man, incredible. I only watched the first couple. I had no idea the last business was almost 12 billion a year in annual revenue. So we'll let Miss Elo Puppet go first, and then we'll go to Brother Darren.
Thank you. Real quick, I only wanted to say, and I was so surprised to hear his name, but I believe the number was number 3. Mr. Troy from Coke, Florida. We're actually in. We're both minority-owned businesses from I always forget the acronym, but it's basically the Florida Supplier Diversity Council or whatever. Like, so it's the national one, but Florida has like their own governing licensing or certification process or whatever. But anyway, I got a chance to hear him speak earlier this year. His story is amazing. He actually, it was crazy because he said he bought the company, making $0, and he said in 22 months,
wow,
it grew from 0 to like 1.2 billion. So very successful Black gentleman. And actually, and I'm gonna do a call to action with you all on here, and you can take your time with thinking. But I made contact with 2 of his staff members, and I have to write a proposal in regards to how we can do business with each other, right? My goal is for them to purchase diapers from me, right? Because that helps me keep me in business and everything. But I have to write a proposal, and she told me to keep in mind that my product is not something that they're in need of. So I just have to express the event, the event that I want to put on, and basically how they could help, if you will. So if you
I would love to help you.
Okay, really, yeah. Hit me up in the back channel then, because
because I have time. And look, I'm supposed to be finishing. I'm supposed to have this damn magazine out by the 1st. Okay, I just want y'all to know that I'm even in the midst of everything that's going on, I'm still trying to get this magazine out by the 1st. I gotta get Black in the magazine and stuff. So when I tell you that. I mean, the knack to just sitting down and trying to write a proposal it's not that it's hard. I think it's just the content and what it is you want to put in there. And immediately what came to my spirit when you said that was, even if they might not be in need of it, it is a market that is in need of your product. And the community actually needs your product. So it would be beneficial for them, to be a part of what you're doing, because there aren't a lot of Black American-owned diaper brands that we can choose from when you go to your Walmart shelves or Target or any of the mass distribution retail stores. And if you think about even the Black-owned stores that are, developing grocery stores, it would be wonderful if they had a whole aisle just Black-owned tissue brands, Black-owned napkin, paper towel brands, and guess what? Black-owned diaper wipes brands. You understand? So, yeah.
Yes, indeed. Absolutely. Absolutely, that would be phenomenal. I believe Darren's up next, then we'll go DP, the cable guy, and then Yusef.
Well, I think that straight up, man, light bulbs were going off when you played that video. Wow, that's phenomenal. But here's the primary light bulb that went off. Hello, Puppet. Have you ever thought about manufacturing yourself? I'd like to hear Yusef's dib on that as well. And also, Black Minority State, you said it before I asked you, those are the companies that you want to be soliciting to get this started, because in the event that people do make that journey to Delaware, you don't want to go back in a white, basket. And I'll land my plane.
To answer your question, I don't know, Darren, if you ever heard me speak, especially earlier this year and even last year, but, when I would give my pitch, I'd also just talk about one of my goals was to actually own my own manufacturer. So to answer your question, absolutely. That is a goal. That's why I'm trying to race to get to the millions and the billions, so that I could build my own manufacturer here, and then it'll be the the first of its kind. Excuse me. So yeah.
Well, by all means, make that part of your business plan, because that's gonna lean heavily on whatever monetary ventures you go for. Because they see you, that would tell them that you put your own skin in the game. Because that would be big.
Absolutely. We got the DP, the cable.
Yeah, the cable guy. Man, great space. I'm mad I came in a little late, but I'm happy to hear that link, and hopefully you can put that link in the bio or somewhere where I can I want to save that link from that video. So this is like the great space for me to come in on, because like I've been running my company for about a year now. Like I'm in the low voltage industry where and I heard a couple of companies in that recording that's in my industry. Like it's a really it's a $1 trillion industry. Just being able to touch so many different important resources when you're talking about information. That goes from cameras to internet devices, the cellular antennas and couriers for AT&T and T-Mobile and so on and so forth. I've been able to, due to necessity and pure survival, been able to carve out my own niche, generating jobs for service call work from a lot of commercial businesses like Walmart and Dollar General and things of that nature. I got like 8 guys running around with me, knocking this stuff out on a daily basis. It's just I'm not really working with no funds. Like I'm working on next week money last week, like every week,
Bro, you're in the DMV?
Yes, I'm in the DMV.
Oh, nigga, like my best friend's trying to invest in honestly, what you're doing is, are you doing smart homes and things like that?
No, we had those capabilities, but right now we just been on commercial sectors doing service calls like maintenance on electronic devices like access points or cameras or cash registers or
like POS systems. You're saying
a lot of POS systems.
Man, that there's so much bread in that. There's so much, man. But if you get into smart homes, and the fucking crime is crazy here, but every all the homes are so expensive, so the only way you can I apologize for cutting you off, but the only way that you can really improve your house is because you can't build it bigger, you only can upgrade it, and putting smart homes, heated floors, all these different things, cameras, like there's a ton of money in that. And I'm definitely interested in connecting. Like I said, my best friend, he's looking like getting like a butcher, just like something, a business like that, like a need-based business. And I think what you're talking about is definitely a need-based business. And I'm definitely I'll definitely connect. I'll mention you to him.
Oh yeah, but I appreciate that. I said we've been doing. I do got a lot of experience in that residential sector, so that would be some we could talk about. But yeah, right now I'm on survival mode. Like I got an official payroll and I missed it this week because of the holidays. Everything is on point for real, but it's just like this is straight out the mud, and but we living and surviving this. I got a few guys that got newborns. I got my main technician. He got a kid in private school. Like we're paying our bills, we're taking care of things, but we really do have like $1 million business on our hands. And I'm
been pretty much blackballed in this industry because it is a relationship-based industry. Until my minority business certification actually goes through, I gotta stay hustling and bustling every day. But I don't know, like I'm just interested in hearing and learning from more people. If let's say I need an accountant like yesterday. So please, if anybody,
my brother is a CPA, so I can connect you with him as well as my line brother. They're both CPAs, and that's like 1% of Black people are CPAs.
Right, that's perfect.
My friend is an executive accountant. Her actual business is she wants to be able to. Her talent is to donate her business and time to developing our company's financial side. So for the paperwork side that people don't like to do, we need an entire accounting team. That's one of the things I think Muffet we have on that list. Where there's a collective of accountant CPAs that we can actually build with, so we can all pull from.
Yeah, that's great. I needed to hear that. I'm gonna make one last statement. I've been mentioning this across the spaces, but I already saying too much. But I definitely have access to work nationally. Like if we really, this is an opportunity to really take and dominate an industry. And to be honest, I tell people all the time, if you got a nephew that has transportation, like we could chop it up and we can get him started on a new trade today. Yeah. So like I said, man, please hit me in the back channel and let's go from there. I learned.
Man, Cable Guys. So you also, I don't know if what the training is like, but you could get a grant to do training and teaching people how to actually fulfill those jobs and things like that. You can partner with UDC or Montgomery College, any of these, college. If you you create the curriculum.
Come on. Come-ons with the come-ons.
Have to travel there, so when we're thinking about AI and things like that, it's kind of bulletproof. And to get those certain certifications, like to do roofing and all these other things, it just requires the contractor to get the certification. But the good thing about these individual trades, that means that the actual professional has to have a certification. So it does create like a mode, so it makes it a little bit more challenging, not only for people to get in the industry, which is good. We just need to create those pipelines, someone like yourself creating those pipelines to get more people that want to get into the trades or and such.
Yeah, that's the plan. It's a very easy trade to teach. And most of my guys, we love it. It's a fun trade. You don't necessarily get dirty. You can almost, it's a perfect job, especially for a lot of us that don't have no really skills like that to kind of like just break into the market for. So with this, we can train you up in 2 to 3 months. And yeah, we can get started. But yeah, man, it's a great space, man. I appreciate it. I'm gonna just sit back and listen here.
Hey, this question is for Muffet and Yusef. So the brother, he's saying he's gonna get that minority certification. Would he be able to connect with the woman that held the Zoom in her, network? Would that be something that his services apply or be applicable to, construction in the way that she laid it out in any way?
Yeah, I would think so, because all construction, they, at least all the ones in DC, they have, they have to put up cameras and stuff like that to monitor their, because a lot of times they leave their supplies out. So I would imagine it would be, he would maybe fall. Would you fall underneath the construction? Have you ever worked on any construction sites?
Yeah, we do. We fall on the construction.
Yeah, so you would definitely follow. We had a conversation earlier with. I'll let someone else.
But we tend to come underneath electricians when it comes to like new construction because of code standards. But as long as we got electrician under the team that can help us pull permits, yeah, we're golden in the construction industry too.
Yeah, Miss Hunter said that she dealt with 16 trades and sub-trades.
And can you get that list of the 16 that she was talking about in the sub-trades?
But she didn't go into detail on what they were, but
sure. I know. I believe you plan on having a conversation later on. It's not a immediate need, but I think it would be helpful to understand the landscape.
No problem. In a follow-up meeting.
Appreciate it. I did want to answer Darren's question about the manufacturing. So my brother, I have a huge family, by the way, but so one of my brothers is a year and a day older than me. He is into manufacturing. We used to live together, and he had his was apparel. So he had 8 sewing machines, and these are industrial sewing machines that you have to ship over from China or wherever he was getting them from. Several $1,000s. These different type of printers. In DC specifically, and it might be in other places, but they have manufacturing grants. So if you do your own manufacturing, you can actually get money to actually do the manufacturing, locally. And I also, again, I have another brother who is in linguistics, so he knows 7, 8 different languages. He has his PhD in linguistics. So I haven't really. He's kind of a loner, but if anybody does need to, reach out to overseas, if there's any interpretation issues, he travels for me, and I also send him for our brother, he'll go to different manufacturings in other countries to talk to the people in their native language to make sure certain things are being fulfilled properly. But yeah, manufacturing is is expensive, but I see, even from the tech space, I'm working with a younger, entrepreneurs right now, and that's what they're doing. They're literally, they could be paying themselves a lot more, but they're continuing to reinvesting. Like right now, they're using software from China, and it's a gaming software, and they're like, we're trying to stop paying China 20% or of their money. So now they're paying. We're developing our own software, so they no longer have to pay that percent. It's all about understanding your bottom line and making appropriate investments so you can have a brighter future. And manufacturing is one of them. I see that in the future we're going to start trying to bring a lot more manufacturing from overseas, and it might be taxed more and different things like that. So I think it is advantageous for you to build in. Not only can you, if you do get the manufacturing, not only can you supply your business, but you also can supply your competitors. And at least for me, how I look at I was telling my brother, because he was, like I said, he just was always into apparel. Instead of making your own brand, which it seems like you're, don't take this the wrong way, but what you really have shown, at least for me visually, you're good at getting the product, getting the solution. I'm not sure about the partnerships, but there are plenty of other people that actually do have, millions of followers that are, these Molly brands and things like that. if I were you, I would just go to them and create a white label deal. So you actually run the back office. You're, building their brand. So if they want to have their own diaper brand and they want to have their own brand and different things like that, you are providing all of that. You're taking care of the operations. And, if you don't want to be a marketer, that's fine. I remember Damon John again, Shark Tank. He was talking about how China, the guy that made his jeans, only charged him $1 for every jeans. And he was, he has to pay all this overhead to do the marketing, the branding. So what ended up happening, he was saying, is the guy that only charged him $1 for the jeans, he the one, made the millions. He made so much money because he didn't have any overhead, because he didn't have to worry about marketing and selling, all this other stuff. I think it's really important as a business owner, an entrepreneur, to understand what your strengths are. And if you don't want to hire people to, to fill in those gaps, there's always, different parts of the, vertical of the industry that you can be successful in. And you just got to figure out, what that looks like for you.
That's master advice right there. White labeling. Wow. Yeah. Holy crap. How many times have I looked at white label for different products and different things that I've, would like to have endeavored in? Yeah, that
1,000 times. And I remember you even telling us about that.
Yeah. That is super good advice right there. Like, that's crazy good advice. Wow. That's a whole nother lane right there. And you still could do the LO Puppet thing, but that's a whole extra lane right there. So yeah, go for that. We got Brother Darren.
Man, Brother Yusuf, you remind me of a guy named Pat Brown. He's a structural engineer. He's a mechanical engineer, and he's one of my mentors, and very sound advice. But as far as you would get into the delicacies of what this cable guy does. Once the electrical permit is full, the low voltage comes up underneath that. So he's unscathed as far as going in and doing his work. I don't think there's a low voltage permit to be pulled. And you're right. I did a veterinary clinic about a year ago, and with any commercial project, that's a standard as far as cameras, security, and what have you. So you're right, that's a gold mine right now. And I salute you, brother, on being on the inside of what's going on down there. I will say this: I'm working on a public shopping center right now, and this is the first time I've seen 40 acres. Which is a lot of land, and as far as LO Puppet, I know you mentioned Publix, but have you knocked on their door? I'll land with that.
Yes, sir, I have, and on both occasions, they chose not to consider my product, and they listed a mixture of things. I think it was like a generic response, but I ultimately the sales have to be there. Because it costs money. It'll cost me more money if they put it on the shelf and then it doesn't move. Right, that product has to move in dealing with these corporations that are not Black owned, that don't necessarily have a heart and really want to set you up for success. So, I mean, I guess it depends on who's all in that role and who's the corporate buyer. But yeah, I reached out to Publix, and I just have to be more out there, sell a couple 100,000 units and everything, and I should be there.
Nice. Yeah, so man, this has been a phenomenal Black American business space, Black Business, Black Friday, Black Christmas, Black American money. You know, for the entrepreneurial spirit, which is really at the heart of Black America, at the heart of being a Black American, side hustles, selling plates, whatever, cutting lawns, shoveling snow, etc., etc., etc. I saw someone that posted a picture of an old Black newspaper, and they had a bunch of young Black boys out front, and they had bikes. They were you know, paper boys or whatever. I remember being a kid, but probably this generation, they have no idea what a paper boy is. But I remember as a kid, you could get a paper boy route, you know, delivering newspapers or whatever. Nowadays, adults, if you know, for the few people that, or for the few newspapers that still deliver door to door, adults are delivering those newspapers in the middle of the night now. But yeah,
Like that was my first job being a newspaper boy when I was 12, 13 years old.
Yeah, that was my first job. My mom would have us in the back of the van, and we had to run into the store and throw them. But yeah, those are all at night jobs. You have to go to 7-Eleven, all these other places.
Okay, so you were doing, if you were doing them to the stores, that's a little different than doing them to the houses where you had to.
No, we were doing everything.
Oh, you were?
Bro,
Okay.
what I'm trying to tell you,
Yeah.
we were doing the residentials,
Gotcha.
we were doing 7-Elevens, you know. That's how I know every part of every corner of DC and DMV, just doing those paper routes.
Okay, so let me ask you this, because I did it as a kid, probably for about a week, and I did it as an adult for a week. So as a kid, they had this manila colored, it was like a little notepad, and these little square perforated squares that you would give to the person every time they paid. Did either of you have that experience as a kid?
No, so I did it at night. So
Did it at night? Okay.
Yeah, I don't think there was. We just had things that we had to check off, the different locations that we went, but there was no really interactions with anybody.
Interesting.
Maybe because we did it so frequently, so the 7-Eleven or some like they might say something to us, but other than that, no.
Yeah. So
I think it was every week or every 2 weeks I had to go and collect the payments from the customer. I had to go door to door.
That's it. Those little squares, you would pass them, that they would pay you. You would give them the square. That was like their little receipt that they paid you. And so you were physically taking cash from people.
Maybe that's what my mom did. She probably got the money. I don't remember. I remember I made some money, but I didn't, it wasn't just me.
Yeah, no, that's what's up. Because when I did it later in life, and the crazy thing is when you, as a kid, someone would come by, they would drop off 100 newspapers, and then you had to roll them up. Well, as an adult, you would go to the center where they basically manufactured or dropped them off, whatever it was. They had bags, and you had to sit. And Sundays were the worst days. You had to sit there and fold those newspapers and stick them in the bag. Fold them, stick them in the bag. Fold them, stick them in the bag. Insert the circulars. Brutal work. So you got to do 1,000 papers before you even leave. Load up your car, and then have them on your passenger seat, whatever. And as you're driving past the house, toss them. Man, goodness gracious. I think I only lasted like 2 or 3 days with that. That is brutal work.
Hey, Black, I was on a bike, man. Snow, rain. I was on a bike.
Damn.
I had to wake up, I think, 4 or 5 in the morning.
Ooh.
I go to this corner where they drop off the newspapers. I had to fold the newspaper. I put it in my basket, right?
Oh, yeah.
And then I just go riding through the neighborhood, just dropping off newspaper.
I was going to, when you said you put it on, I was thinking that sack, because some people had that sack that you would wear around your shoulder, and you had just a bag full of freaking newspapers, man. That time is gone forever, never to return.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, this is early 80s. This is 1981, 82.
Yeah. Crazy. Wow. Oh man, that's crazy.
So what do you think has replaced the newspaper? Social media?
Definitely.
Because even the news, do you guys feel like you get your news from off of the news networks, or do you feel like you get your news off of social media? And then which platforms?
Well, let's see. Well, I used to love reading newspapers, but yeah, I don't get newspapers anymore. It's on social media, on YouTube, or they have Bloomberg. I look at the Bloomberg and other different business news networks.
I don't
even watch TV. I just look at.
I don't watch TV either. I don't watch
TV.
TV.
The newspapers are trying to find a way to stay alive, like Washington Post and New York Post and stuff. So they're trying to do more digitalization.
Right.
That's also another market for us to, for development as far as, digital news and spreading information. But even that, I don't know the ratio of people who download like the Washington Post or the New York Post or.
I do. My first job was I had to read the Washington Business Journal every Friday, and I also, when I was growing up, my dad made us read the newspaper. But like what you see on TV and CNN or all these other places, they're getting their information from the actual journalists because when you hear them cite their sources, they're just citing the actual journalists. So if you want as closest to the actual news, whether it will have a narrative on it, but that's the best way that you can have complete clarity of I should say context, more context to the situation, because the further it down it goes from the news channel and the reporting, then goes to social media, it just keeps on getting summarized. That just makes it diluted.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I'm gonna break in here. Journalism kind of dissipated when the newspaper went away. I mean, it was the Washington Post that broke Watergate. So I wish it would come back.
Well, see, I'm different because I agree. It is social media. I don't watch TV at all. TV is scripted in more ways than I care to count. And while social media, you're going to get, trolling, you're going to get fake stories, you're going to get a gamut of all of it. But you do get a lot of real-time information, at least on this platform. I'll give credit where credit is due. But I want to shout out the brother News Toter, for what it's worth. The brother is putting together all of this Black news content and puts it out daily on his platform as well. And so it would be awesome, in my opinion, for us to support the brother. We're talking about Black businesses. That's all he essentially asks for, is for us to go to the platform and look at a few stories and click through and all of that. And there's stories that he presents that you don't really find in other places. I'm pretty sure he's connected to some of the legacy Black American newspapers that are still in existence. So supporting him is a way to support them as well. So I'm a shout out News Toter for the space. Yep.
But you mentioned a magazine earlier. Could you kind of impart on that?
Yes, so I had posted I posted actually the front cover of the winter. So this is going to be the first edition. It's the winter edition. It's called the Descendant Magazine. I'm very excited because it just seems like during my pivot in my business, I saw after COVID and, dealing with life, I started working on my magazine, and it seemed like it just was like the thing to do. So in the magazine, I'm definitely going to showcase and talk about, information of, the different discussions between all of the different classifications. Have a section for health and things that we culturally embrace is something that I think never really had. I mean, we had Jet and Essence. We had a lot of other magazines, but I don't think they never focused on us culturally in the way that I'm going to introduce the first edition. So I hope you guys enjoy it. You download it and order it at the same time. I'm trying to, keep the cost of stuff down as much as possible if I can. But to grow something, you have to put it behind some sort of economic, commerce firewall. But the first edition, I think, from my house to yours will actually be free, and I will only take donations.
And charge.
Yes, I will charge. But for the first edition, I want people to get a hold of at least the first few pages. And I'm in tech too, so I found a way to actually put it behind a wall where you'll get to see the other editions coming in development and stuff. So I'm building my team as well in regards to that. A lot of people who I've worked with the reparations and stuff like that have contacted me. It was like, hey, you building a magazine? I definitely would love to be a part of it. So I'm excited. And yeah. So there is a section for the men of the movement. So if you are interested in being mentioned, your business being mentioned, please let me know so I can add that in the section.
Charge for that too.
Hey guys, can I jump in?
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey man, I love this space. I'm so mad I came late. You guys are killing it. I wish there was more people in here. This is great. As to the part about you guys speaking about getting real-time news, I follow not a lot of journalists. My old account got shut down, so I used to have a lot of lists with thousands of, people on each list. So I follow local journalists, state level, and international and stuff. But anyway, that's the way I get news. But real quick, if I can just make a request, anybody that's in the space that's in the DMV area, can you DM me so I can put you on my DMV list for some projects we have coming up?
There you go. There you go.
Yes, and if you're on CC, are you on social?
I am. Wait, I'm on Funded Social?
Yeah, Funded Socially.
I'm on the. Okay, I must be because I get emails from them.
Okay, I have to maybe one day, or I don't know, like you'll do or D-They'll do a like a walkthrough space. Okay. There is a broken down, if it'll help you. Because I definitely, you already got my information, but there is a specific DMV group, and there's other groups based on where people are at. If you just want to connect with those people on there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's my contribution. Thank you. Peace, love, and reparations, guys.
Thanks, CC.
Thank you.
Guys.
Thank you so much. So I do want to say, I'll advertise in the magazine for sure, and I'm glad they brought that up because that's what I wanted to say. Most magazines were really not about the pictures. They made all their money through advertisement, so they're really just a vehicle for most things, even the news, to be quite honest. most programming or really just vehicles for advertising revenue. So if you do create a product, definitely figure out a way to monetize it with advertising. I love, I'm probably unique in this aspect, but I do enjoy looking at quality magazines with quality advertising in it. My city, they have it's called the Pittsburgh Magazine. It was always really, really thick, really, really high quality, and the ads were like just phenomenal. You know, a lot of the stories were whatever, stuff that I could care less about. I would look through it just because the ads were so well done inside that particular magazine. So, and I saw some of the initial graphics, so I know how the quality is going to be. So you probably want to make sure that the ads, if you go that route, that they match the quality of what you're doing. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, most definitely. I know that there also are people who have like catalogs for like, in their area they have like black-owned business, like list of black-owned business. So that information is being pulled. And so just to get the magazine finished, I kind of want to be surface for, like I said, this edition. And then the next edition, we're really going to get into the weeds of things and just pulling more people into a lot of the dynamics that goes on into the movement and, into people who have business. So thank you for the advice as far as, how to do it. And your perception on what it is that people like to see. So I need all that feedback. That's going to be helpful as well.
Okay, awesome. So the brother DP, the cable guy, he was talking about his his business, and it's kind of in the electronic security area. And so I want to play this brother, 30 years old. And you may have seen this across the timeline because I did see across the timeline. His business is a $110 million car business. And it's some sort of charger for electric vehicles. This is a young black brother. I want to say he's from Michigan. Again, I only watched like the first couple minutes of some of these videos, but we'll play it and we'll see where he's from, and he'll tell his story. This is about 9 minutes long, and then we'll get Brother Darren coming out of the video. So salute to that young black man. It from what I gather from this video, 2014 he was maybe 20 in college, and came up with this idea. What the professor said, he was the only one who showed up. So yeah, he's the professor said, hey, everybody, you want to solve a problem, show up. He's the only one who showed up. Sometimes just showing up is like 90% of the battle, to be quite honest. So he shows up. They come up with this idea, bing, bing, bing. Next thing you know, he's entering all these different contests. He's winning. He won $150,000 in prize money. And then he's able to leverage that into a $500,000 investment. It goes on Shark Tank, and the rest is history, because quite literally, I just saw a post about the state of New Jersey is saying no more gas-powered vehicles after 2035. So, this is the wave. This is the wave. And and someone, so if so many, because I like the last part where he was saying how they put in all these charging stations. They're oh my god, those things are so annoying, but they're putting them in. I've sat and watched cars sit on those charging stations. It takes hours for them to get a charge, and then they're inconvenient because they're typically at a grocery store or a gas station, or somewhere that's not residential, somewhere that's, you kind of almost have to be shopping in order to use them. And so to me, it sounds like what he's got going on is much more convenient. You can pretty much be anywhere because they'll bring it to you. They got this very affordable monthly subscription price. To me, it sounds like, man, he's got a winner. He's got just a full-blown winner that'll grow and grow and grow, because just like AAA will bring you gasoline to your car if you run out of gasoline, this is the same thing, in my opinion. They start changing tires and doing other service road work. They could essentially replace AAA in some way, shape, or form, or the way Mark Cuban thinks, partner with AAA, and license the tech over to AAA or whatever the case may be. And then you're just charging them to use your tech. So yeah, I mean, sky's the limit for the young black man and his partners or whatever they got going on. And that's just from one little idea that you just sat there and thought about, boom, 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 put it together and stuck with it, and bam, instant millionaire. Wow. Let's go DP, the cable guy, and then Darren.
Yeah, I heard about that. I heard about that young man too. Yeah, that's big kudos. Like, yeah, but this is the era that we find ourselves in. One thing I've been saying over and over again is, when as crazy as it is out here nowadays, we realize there's always opportunity and chaos. Like we as Black Americans, we've been doing this for hundreds of years, just making and being innovative and creative out of survival. And I know, like, not to come back to what I'm into, but what I feel like I stumbled on something crazy like that too, as far as being able to generate work for guys like all over the country. Like, I think that's, I don't know. It's just I know, and it's just like it's one small opportunity. It's not like grabbing these big jobs off of SAM.gov or getting these federal contracts, but it's like what I've been able to stumble upon right now is like something I feel like is untapped, and that a strong, organizational push, we can really lock in on something that almost monopolize this industry, at least on the service side. But yeah, these opportunities that's around for us. And I love these type of spaces because we're going to definitely we gonna throw one of these going over out the pop. You know what I mean? One of these catches gonna be a touchdown. So yeah, let's keep it going. All right, I
Facts on that. There's definitely the next, everybody. Well, the next Bill Gates. Okay, whatever. But there's definitely the next major entrepreneur within our population, and even within our tight knit group, on these X app spaces. Someone just needs that opportunity. That's all. I mean, and that's really what it boils down to. They just need the opportunity. They need the funding, and I can imagine. I've witnessed some people go viral in their field. Oftentimes it's music or entertainment of some nature, and they take off. And that's awesome. That's always awesome to watch somebody who just sticks with it, who has that talent, who doesn't give up, they persevere, and then next thing you know, they're making millions of dollars. And I think that same level of viralness needs to transfer over to the entrepreneurs as well, and within Black America. So we got Darren up. Black American Homeland had to dip off, of course. And I want to highlight the woman who we met today. She's got a website, and she is running for mayor of Wilmington, Delaware. And she's running for mayor against the he's the current governor now, but when his term is up, he'll be the former governor, which is, the Democrat strategy is to take these higher office holders and drop them down into mayorships all across the country. But shout out to Miss Potter and her family. Beautiful elder, very intelligent, very tapped in, understanding what's going on and what's not going on and what's supposed to be going on. And for what it's worth, I hope to be on the ground there and help to boost her voter registration and help her get to a victory for next year. Now, I'm not 1,000% sure if their mayor is voting at the same time as the presidential election, because sometimes these things are at different times of the year. I will definitely have to look into that to figure out if she has an entire year to go, or if it's a situation where they have some weird summer election for mayor or whatever. But it's a beautiful city. It's a small town, everybody knows everybody type community, and a lot of potential for Black businesses. Like a lot of potential for Black businesses there. So you got it, Darren.
Well, salute to you, Black Money State. Those are some awesome videos that you wave the edge out and make them join me into the conversation. But the story goes, you can't stop a good idea nor a good product. That's true. But I wonder, is Rella gone?
No, she's up here.
No, I'm still here.
You're still here? Okay. I'd like to get some information about you just going to post it, your magazine? Because I got a nonprofit as well, and the plays and the book I'm getting ready to publish is going to be on a nonprofit. So I'd like to.
I posted it on my. I'll tag you in the post that I did, and it's also. Didn't I post it on social, Black?
I think that might have been. I think that might have been the DMs though. Not sure if you made a post.
Okay, I'll make another post, but I'll tag you there. I know I posted it down my timeline. I didn't want to do it again until I actually till I finished the but I'll go ahead and I'll post the front cover.
Yeah, because I may want to take up some space. I mean, I would want to patronize you, but back to your point about showing up, Black Majority State, that's a very relevant statement you made there, because I know this is back when I had a partner. We reached out to the Department of Interior and the Department of Transportation, and just because we reached out, we ended up getting, hundreds of thousands of dollars of contracts. One was Fort Pickens, it was a 200-year-old fort that the Spanish built here in Pensacola, and another one was some work on I-10 that nobody showed up, so they just gave it to us. So,
man, that's
it's a matter of showing up sometimes. So I'll end with that.
Bro, I want to give an amen to that, because I mean, even in these elections where they're uncontested, if someone would have just simply filed the paperwork and went out in the street and got 1,000 votes, they would have won without even, breaking a sweat. So yeah, just showing up, like, that's really what, oh man, sometimes I think we talk ourselves out of showing up, and come to find out, had we have shown up, we would have had that $100 million idea, and our life, our families' lives would be set, because that, someone who had that idea at 20 and is 30 now and is immersed in the business world is liable to have a dozen more ideas over the course of his lifetime, and he's got all the access to capital and funding and everything else. So yeah, man, you just can't, you got to trust your gut, trust your intuition, trust that little voice, and step out in faith. That's all. Just step out in faith. So we got some folks I see posted in the purple pill, the purple chat. Please come up and talk about your business. This is a Black business space, and everybody gets a chance to come up and talk about the business that they got, the skill, the talent that they got, whatever that may be. So please feel free to come up and educate us. I see some folks who do occasionally have spaces about things they got going on. And so this would be a good time to let different people who either may not be able to come into your spaces or know about what you got going on, to have the opportunity to hear your product, your skill, and then ultimately support what you got on, or network with what you got on. The brother DP has in the chat that he could use an accountant. So I know Miss Rella talked about an accountant. I know the brother AB said he's got some accounting consulting businesses that he could do. And I know the brother Yusuf said he knows some accountants. So all it takes is just reaching out and saying, hey, this is what I need. And, if people can help, people can help. If they can't, hopefully they can steer you in the right direction. But, simply letting people know what's going on is half the battle. So you got it, Yusuf, and then brother Darren again.
Yeah, I'm about to head out, but my last point, going back to showing up, there's my degree is in education, but I don't do anything, but it's like something that's very interesting to me. So and I when I do have kids, I do plan on potentially doing homeschooling. But one of the there's like 14 different let's say courses or curriculum that are taught in private school that aren't taught in public school in the masses. And one of the things is about theory of access. So that pretty much means that, as opposed to, this is just an analogy, as opposed to applying to a job and waiting for someone to get back to you, a theory of access means that you actually not only apply to the job, but you actually go to the job, and whether that be try to meet someone, introduce yourself in person, as if that whatever options are there are, those options are your options. It's not like a person is choosing to give you the options. It's more so you are taking those options, and it's honestly, it's just like when you think about white majority privilege. having this idea of everything is yours and you can just have access to it is something that I think is really important that we start, not only we trying to ingrain in our own selves, but also our kids, because it really makes life a lot easier when you stop waiting for someone else's approval. And you just get your own approval based off of whatever you want to do.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Agreed. Don't let nobody stop you, and certainly don't stop yourself. There were times, because, I'll make a confession. I had a dream of being a rapper. I started the space playing a bunch of songs with the word dream in it. And so there would be like little casting calls that would come to town and advertise on the radio, and I had my demo and everything like that. And so instead of just boom, get the demo, get your outfit together, go down there, you sit there and you think and you contemplate and you talk yourself out of what likely wasn't a legitimate opportunity, but at least you could have went through the process, and then the next time around you would have had more confidence, develop confidence by showing up the first time, and then making that a part of a habit. And so I missed a few of those opportunities simply by not even showing up, and likely other people didn't show up either. But when I finally did gain the confidence, and I had music out, and I was willing to go the starving artist route, quite literally. Spent time in a hotel in Atlanta, in the northern part of Atlanta, north of Atlanta rather, Alpharetta area, staying in a hotel. Eventually ran out of money to stay in a hotel, so living in the car, had to sell cassette tapes to get something to eat, at the local Wendy's or whatever the case may be, at the gas station. But eventually, through just sheer desire, quite literally, because there was nothing else there, God, the universe, was able to make a relationship connection with the secretary at a label, record label. Passed her the tape. She passed it on to a bunch of different, in-house labels. And after meeting a couple of them, eventually was signed to a label, quote unquote. Got a manager after signing the contract, which is the worst thing to do. It's technically supposed to be in the other direction: manager first, then contract second. And because my timeline was very, very different than the person who I signed the contract with, and I mean very, very different. The street inside of me almost took over, right? And so I ended up having to call a relative for money to get a bus ticket back home, and eventually got out of the contract. The gentleman I signed that contract with, his name is Leroy McMath. He's one of the wealthiest, most successful record executives in the Atlanta area. And so I don't regret what happened. I don't regret the fact that I walked away from an opportunity, quote unquote. It was a horrible contract. But I say all that to say this: had I stayed, had I waited, had I simply showed up, the life that I ultimately lived would be much different than the one had I simply just went through the process. So, you know, that's just food for thought. You got it, Darren.
Man, shout out to Atlanta. I lived in Atlanta myself for about 2.5 years. Alpharetta, that's right off Jimmy Carter.
Mm-hmm.
I lived in Gwinnett. Matter of fact, a little north of Alpharetta. But, man, yes, I mean, showing up, it's essential, you know. I mean, you can't strike out, get a base hit, or a home run if you don't get up to bat. You know. But, I mean, Yusef kind of took my thunder. He said everything I wanted to say, so I'll land with this.
I do have one thing. Again, this is part of the reason why I even came into the space. You know, I guess at this point, several months ago, there was a conversation that, well, it was around like this talented 10th thing. So, anywho, I was reading the actual Webby Du Bois, his thesis, and I think the majority of, and this is, hopefully it's going to be relevant to the conversation we're having right now. So, you know, most people just, I guess, have a summary of what, you know, they believe he's talking about elites and things like that. But what he's actually, at that time when you're talking about people that are educated or elite, you're only talking about people that are actually teachers. So he, broke down the actual numbers of people that were going to college. If you were going to college at that time, 53% of the
53% of the
I can't hear him. Is it just me?
No, we lost him. His phone went out.
Yusef, if you still there, close your mic up and then come back on.
Yeah, or I'll drop them down and then we could bring them back up. Because sometimes that'd be the thing. So I'm because I played 2 really, really good black business, and I got one more that is really, really good. But I'll probably, because I watched most of that, we'll probably stop it halfway through or at some point.
Can you send me those, Lord? Can you send me those links? Because I can add them also to the digital copies.
Yeah, I'm posting them in that black business on Funded Socially. So I'll just send you the link to that, and then you could grab them off of that. You know what I mean? That type of thing.
Yes, thank you.
No, absolutely. Thank you. So this one is going to be really relevant to what was going on in Atlanta recently with the brother Keith Lee and these black restaurants, black-owned restaurants in the Atlanta area, since we brought it up anyway. But Yusef, you can finish what you were saying, then I'm gonna play this short video.
Yeah, I'm not really sure where I guess got disconnected, but the main point was, 53% of the elite, or quote unquote, the people that were considered elite, the only people that were elite at the time were actually teachers. Those were, you also had people that were, preachers and so on and so forth. So, like, even, we've been talking about being an entrepreneur and things like that. It's actually a very hard and challenging. Like, I mean, you're going to fail a lot more than you're going to succeed.
Oh my God.
So, even if you have a talent of whatever your profession is, I think while it'd be great to start a business, the thing that we also need are people that will teach other people these certain skill sets that you have, like the skill set, as far as being able to code and program and design, that is completely self-taught. So, if I'm not being an entrepreneur, like someone that might have that skill set, they should focus on teaching someone else. So we don't always have to rely on going to, whether that be going to a 4-year degree and things like that, you can fast track a person's learning by just, spending some time with them and mentoring them. So whatever skill set you are, you can also think about as, supporting someone else as part of, not necessarily business, apprenticeship, but oftentimes when you look at when you're trying to grow a business, it's kind of like your child, and you can, I think, helping other people, obtain well is a part of the. I think it is entrepreneurial, and it has its own challenge, and it's very honorable as well. So. I wish more people would come up and, talk about their different business and things like that. But, talent or skill set, definitely, try to educate or share that creativity with other people as well.
So, I'm so glad that you said that, Yusuf. I don't know where Muffet is. Oh, I see him. Maybe he can come back up here. So before I kind of took a small hiatus, these are the things that we are actually developing, the foundation that we are working on developing. And this is the reason why I was stressing, Black was stressing, Muffet was stressing the importance for gathering the right people to be able to present this information. And it's not saying that everyone in this room aren't the right people. It is people that have patience to deal with a multitude of people, so that we can develop our outreach department. And with the outreach department, we would go after people who want to start businesses, so that we can develop manufacturing, and we would actually start the domino effect. And that is what you're speaking about, because it's important that we do start the reindustrialization infrastructure for ourselves. And what that looks like, it might be different for everybody. Black talked about, his journey and how he became where he is. I have a story. We all have a story. But at the same time, I agree with you. It is important to find the template and to apply that template to people's, to assistance for people, so that people can get up and running, because we can't do a lot of the stuff that we need to do if everybody is in a state of lack. And so I always say my prayer is, put us in a position where we have plenty, and so much so that our territory grows, that we don't lack nothing. I've never seen the righteous forsaken, and all I'm saying is that we need people like you. We need people like Darren, DJ, no matter where you are, Sean, the ladies that come into the space. I mean, if you're in childcare, to you know how to knit and sew, to you're interested in clothing development, developing stores. There's so much that we want to talk about and to put in place, that we need people. We need people to come offline and join a full live, real life movement, not just to say you're doing something type thing, but don't be ashamed of where you are. Don't be, thinking that, oh, well, you might not have what someone else has, so maybe this is not for you. No, it is for you. Even if you're in this position of you don't know what you want to do, but you want to do something, there's a place for you too. Because financial freedom, physical freedom, having that covering over yourself and your family, there's nothing like it. And that's how we fight back.
Amen. Amen to that. So, again, anybody who has a business, feel free to raise your hand and come up and speak. This is going to be a little different than the other videos I played, and it is essentially a conversation around the Atlanta restaurant scene, and Keith Lee, who came through and just, you know, did what he did. Very honest, very kind, to be quite honest, and very giving, no question about that. And you know, some folks had took it a certain way, whatever. And so this is like a short conversation about that. You got something, AB?
Thanks for that. Didn't mean to cut you off. I know, but I wanted to speak to the young lady what she just said. I think that was a really profound thought. I just kind of wanted to share an extension of what she was talking about. Not really knowing, for those in the room that may have that entrepreneur spirit, but not really know the area of where they would like to go into. Just to give like a little short story, this is what happened to me whenever I started my business, and I always tell people, I started my business the wrong way. I was in corporate America. I had full benefits. I had good hours, but I was just tired of working for the man because I could never see like the fruits of my labor, and I always knew that I wanted something for myself. But a job wasn't getting me there, you know. So I quit my job. I started a business, didn't know what I was gonna do, but was just really gung-ho and about going into business. You know, my passion was so strong that I knew I needed to start something for myself. That way I could pass something down to my children. So I quit my job like within a week's time of starting my business. And then I was sitting there twiddling my thumbs. I tell people all the time, me and my wife like went through some hard times. I almost got divorced behind it. But yeah, I was just so passionate about starting my own business, and I had some guys approach me just through some other people that I knew, and actually ended up setting up a meeting with the guys, going to the offices, and that's how I got into the area that I'm in. So sometimes, you know, we don't have to always know the answers to where things are going to come from. Operate on faith like we do a lot of the times. I'm not saying quit your job. You know, I tell a lot of my clients too, you know what I'm saying? Like, now that I have a little bit more knowledge in what I'm doing, I would always suggest people to start while you do have a job. You know what I'm saying? Because you can transition yourself easily without, you know, having to go without, you know, food and lights and, you know, clothing yourselves and stuff like that. So I just wanted to kind of piggyback off of what she was saying. I did mine the wrong way, but you know, that's advice that I provide to my clients now. You know, start while you do have something. But my whole point of saying whatever I was saying was because sometimes you don't know what you're wanting to do, but being around individuals like in this room, we'll find an area where you could at least start out, you know, to where you're not having to, like Yusuf was saying, you know, you could teach someone your skill, and that could help feed them and clothe them and provide for them families temporarily until they get something, you know, that they really want to dive into themselves, that they find interest in themselves. But yeah, I just wanted to say that was a really good point.
Can I follow up with that too? Because I have a funny story about that too. I started my company when I really was like a fresh apprentice, and I really didn't know the trade well enough to really try to manage a company. But I started it because I fell in the rabbit hole during 2022 of financial literacy. And I knew it would help me with my taxes, being as though I was a 1099 with my company. but I eventually just learned the skill. The small skill was like mounting TVs like months and months later, and then I used my company to pretty much like leverage. You know, that's my new service now for the company. And it's funny because I ended up, a quick story, I mounted the TV of the fire chief of DC during that time frame. He ended up, you know, he was so impressed. He tried to link me up with the guy that was doing the antennas for AT&T at the police stations or whatever. So we talked, but nothing really transpired from that. And I think maybe like a year and a half later, the guy calls my phone on accident. I'm full-fledged in the TV mountain. I still have my daytime job too, but he calls me, and I had his number saved, so I knew who he was. But he called me on accident. He thought I was somebody else. And he had a opportunity for Chantilly, the Aerospace Museum of Chantilly, like running 5 and doing these cellular devices for AT&T. So I knew who he thought I was, and I pretended to be him because I knew that I can, you know, get the job done. Or at least I was really interested in trying to. You know what I mean? First commercial win. You know what I mean? The Aerospace Museum. So yeah, one of my partners that been helping me mount the TVs, I ran it across him, man. And the whole time, this guy I had been working with, and I had since left the company we worked with together, but whole time this guy was like a master technician. I'm talking about like a real live project manager, if not more. And once I told him about the opportunity, we chopped it up and gave them guys a proposal. And then everything worked out. We ended up meeting them for the first walkthrough at the museum, and I forgot the dude thought I was somebody else. I'm like, oh yeah, well, you know, we already in the building now, so you know, it's smoothed out. But yeah, that was exactly how my first opportunity came. So. You know, I agree. I took that advice back then. It was just like, you know, it's just good to know and learn how to start businesses and yeah. And I think, like you said, in this era, like you should just do it because something is going to manifest from it, even if it's just a family business, just running cupcakes and lemonade up and down the street, like whatever. It's like, you know, I agree with that though. That's a great point. All right, I'm lying.
Yeah, so there's the old theory of sink or swim, you know. Sometimes when you don't have a backup plan and you can only survive, sometimes that's the best way to go about it. Now, that's not the most prudent, not the safest. You know, you're taking all the risks on yourself, but again, people who reach some exceptional heights are the people who don't have a parachute. They don't have a backup plan. They just go all out. They got to survive. And to be quite honest, what you're doing is you're really manifesting your reality, because you're telling the universe, quite literally, is this or death? You know, oftentimes people will write on their car whatever their destination is, or bust.
Hey, I say this or Tent City. You've been in DC, you know what Tent City looking like.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, absolutely. Because man, phew, God, that's a hustler motto, a hustler slogan right there, where you're just like, man, I'm gonna get it, or you know, it just ain't gonna happen. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I mean, there's something else that comes with that, but I'm gonna keep it PG for the space. But you give yourself no other option but to win, you know. And some people, when put in that position, they win, quite literally. So you got it, Darren.
Yeah, it's hilltop valley, a mountaintop valley, particularly in the early stages. You know, there's no formula, for success. But we're back to the same staple as far as keep showing up, and I guess, believing in yourself. But I kind of got it easy because, there's 100 years of construction in my family, and my grandfather was a contractor, my uncle was a contractor, my dad was a contractor. So, what I struggled was the business part of it, though. I mean, it's one thing knowing the trade or the business. There's another thing, balancing the books, paying your taxes, look for opportunities to I credit my wife, though, because again, we went to a small business development course at UWF, and that kind of helped me out a lot because Laura Silver was the lady's name. God bless her, but she made it. She said, "Well, Darren, when you go in the business, get you an accountant." And I this accountant I don't have anymore, but she was wonderful. And as a matter of fact, Laura Silver was instrumental on introducing me to her. And she said, "Well, Darren, I'm going to tell you when to buy a new truck, when to get an office, when to buy equipment." And she did that, So believe it or not, accounting, and believe it or not, subsequently, I got a lawyer on retainer. Those two pivotal people you need when you go into business, and I'll land with that.
Amen.
Yeah, that's some good advice. I'll just say this last one thing, and then I'll drop down. But Darren is right. Even when I started my business, that was one of the first things that they talked to me about. Find you an accountant, find you a lawyer. But you got to find the right people that know what type of business that you're going in. A lot of what I see today with a lot of clients, they come to me because accountants have set up their businesses and they set them up as an S corp to where they're having to pay themselves on a W-2. And this is not really, I don't really suggest this until the company has made a certain amount of money, because that in itself can bankrupt the company. So it's really pivotal to have somebody to know exactly what you're doing, to evaluate your company structure. And your company is the number one thing that I focus on when I'm taking a look at someone's, finding out if their structure is proper first, asset protection, the legal part of it as well. We have attorneys we work with. So, this was a really good room, Black. I wasn't expecting for it to be like this, but don't want to be long-winded. Shout out to everybody that's in the room, and I'll drop down from here. Thanks.
Oh no, please, long-winded is okay in this room.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, we give people the opportunity to speak. For some folks, they don't necessarily feel comfortable speaking in other rooms, or this may be the only time that they do speak. So, we're here to listen and learn and grow and everything like that. So, I got two videos. This is brothers on Fox 26 Houston, Isaiah. I can't make out his last name. Hopefully he'll say it. But these both have to do with Black-owned businesses. This first one is about Black-owned businesses. It says, are Black-owned businesses capitalizing off of the Black dollar? And it seems like he has a panel that comes into the studio with him. The next one will be the more about the Atlanta restaurants. But I saw this one and I said, let's hear what this is about, because I don't know if it's positive or negative, quote unquote. I know the Keith Lee one is what that whole Keith Lee thing was about. So let's get to this one first. It's a little bit shorter. Okay. So wow. Two, beautiful black women, and the brother that has this Isaiah Factor Uncensored is what it's called. Wow. So it's funny because I remember when I had the second bar. Well, no, I take it back. It was the first bar, and I had a promoter come in there, and he was talking about leasing the space out on the night I'm closed, and his whole demeanor was that he was going to charge expensive prices for everything, the drinks, the door, etc., to make it exclusive, because the crowd of people that he was used to or circulated in, whatever, that they were looking to spend money, like they were looking to spend excessive amounts of money in order for them to even attend a place, essentially this exclusivity, this luxury, whatever type of situation. Same way people will spend $3,000 on some brand or whatever, a pair of sneakers, whatever it may be. I think it's this. I think it is that same mentality that has been taken from clothing and applied to these nightclubs, these bars, these restaurants in certain parts of and this place is in Houston, so I'm not sure if these women were in Houston, but that's where the news broadcast comes from. So I think that's based on what they were saying and how they were describing it: valet parking, door cover, elevated drink prices. Sometimes that has to do with the security as well. Sometimes it has to do with you want to have your price high enough that you keep out the riffraff, quote unquote, the people who can't afford to be there, quote unquote, so that it creates an elevated environment, or an environment where, again, you're not dealing with people who, are from a quote unquote lower economic status. So I think that's really what may be behind it, but it does sound like it's being a little abusive in because all I hear is people complaining is the bar, it's the nightclubs. She's talking about a hookah lounge, which is still a nightclub in my opinion, and these restaurants where, for whatever reason, they seem to not have an elevated customer service, which is weird because bartending, restaurant, that's the service industry. And I mean, quite literally, that's what it's called, the service industry. And so if you're not practicing service in the service industry, it's just like whatever. Maybe again, what comes along with this this lifestyle that some people are attracted to is a bad attitude. I mean, maybe that's kind of what comes along with it at the same time. So the next video is essentially the same thing. Only difference is they're in Atlanta and they're talking about the Keith Lee situation. But that one actually is a little more interesting because you get both perspectives. This one was more or less, they pretty much agreed. These two women agreed. On the other one, it's a few more people on the panel, and you do get different opinions based on their point of view. I think one owns a business and the other one is either like a staff at these businesses, and or is just relating their personal experience. So I'll let Miss Wilson go and then DJ go, and then I'll play this one, which is the Keith Lee Atlanta restaurant situation. You got it, Miss Welsing.
Yeah, hi, everybody. Hope everyone is doing well this evening. What I'm going to say is twofold. In response to what I listened to, I was shaking my head. When someone goes out to dine, it's a feeling that you get once you enter a place, it's the feeling, it's the way you're being treated. Money is not going to matter if the service was above board, if the food was above board, if the ambiance and the service was above board. You can say, okay, that was money well spent. When I listen to these two women, I can tell already that whatever they experienced was lowbrow. I have been, at restaurants in my lifetime, where, an exorbitant amount of money has been spent, but the presentation, the service, from when you walk through the door, the look of the place, everything about how the table is set, the quality of the food, how it's presented.
That's what I think.
You walk out and you don't even talk about the money because you have experienced something that you have not experienced anywhere else. This is where nowadays Black business owners, particularly in the food industry, this is where they fall short. And she's right. They will gouge you and expect you to pay for it when they're not understanding who they're competing with. When you are charging an exorbitant amount of money and your customer base doesn't know why and can't see anything for it, you're not going to stay long in this business. Restaurant business is a very tough business.
Very tough. Very tough.
It is really the quality of the food that draws people and your service. If you're not training your servers, like the white glove service, you can forget it. I remember to this day, let me see, this is 2023. In 2022, I've been to Paris like 4 times. So this last time that I went, we went to the Ritz Hotel, the famous Ritz, to experience something that you can only do once. You can do it many times. For me, you do it once in a lifetime, and that was to have a 12-course meal. And it was every month. They featured either a vegetable or something that was significant for that month. I remember going in the month of April for my birthday, and it was the month of asparagus. And let me tell you something. It was super expensive. It was an experience. I will never, ever forget it. I never knew asparagus was so versatile. I never experienced getting dressed up. I mean, when I say dressed up to go to a restaurant where everybody else was dressed up, and if you moved, there were each person at the table, there was somebody there for you. If you wanted to go to the bathroom, they slid the door out for you. They did these things for you. Like, it's an experience. And I tell you something, like I said, the food was beyond experience. The service was beyond experience. The ambiance, the way the place smelled, the way it looked, it was an all-encompassing experience that no matter how much it cost, it was every single dollar was well spent. Whether a Black business is selling hamburgers to whether they're selling Kobe steak, I don't care if it's a hole in the wall or an exquisite area of any city that they're in. It is every single day you have to put on your best for your client base. There's something to be said about remembering a couple who celebrated an anniversary, the specific table that they sat in. There are people, restaurateurs, that have notes so that when they call again, they want that specific table in that specific room. They want the specific wine or the champagne. And if you can remember those things, if you can have those notes, you can call them up and say, hey, Mr. and Mrs. So-and-so, a year ago, you celebrated your blah, blah, blah anniversary. Wanted to know if you would like to come back and celebrate again. We'll give you the same table. It is those things that matter. And this is where I'm saying that Black people are capable of doing it. But, you have this new wave of Black business owners that they don't understand that it's an experience, it's a feeling. They don't give a shit how much it costs, as long as it's the feeling that you get, that you experience something unbelievably special. What I've always appreciated about Paris was that when you go there, whether it's a little cafe just to get coffee and a croissant, to the Ritz, service was always up to par. One thing about Americans that I never understood, having had experienced that, is that whether you're in a cafe or not, you should get excellent service. Okay? It doesn't matter. It should not be determined based on how much you spend. You know? And this thing is, she said something that was so spot on. You find that not just black businesses, some business, they charge you, they just put 20% on as a tip. You cannot assume that. You know, that's what you want, but you can't assume that. Now, you would expect a good tip, but to put that on there suggests that you don't trust them, that maybe they have a reputation of not tipping. That's the chance you take. But again, you don't want to do that. Hold on a second. God damn it. Hold on a second. I'm a property manager and I just saw something in a building that hold on one second, real quickly. Hold on one second. This motherfucker. Hold on one second.
Oh, hell no, Brick City, you gotta mute your mic. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on.
Get distracted. No?
Listen, hey, I want you to be careful with that, man. With that fire. Do you understand? Be careful with that fire. Yeah, I'm back. Anyway, so you know, you have to. There was a couple of restaurants in New York City that to this day I talk about. One of them was from a sister named Jezebel. She died, and when she died, it was a damn near a full page in the New York Times. That was my family's go-to. This woman, what I loved about her restaurant, and people to this day talk about it, this is what I'm talking about. It's the feeling. It's when you go in, you experience something that you've never experienced before. Jezebel's sister from the South, it was on 9th Avenue and I think 44th, 43rd. It was a simple door from the outside. There was not even a little sign that said Jezebel. There was nothing fancy about the exterior until you opened up that door and it was like Alice in Wonderland. It was like this South Antebellum. It was fabulous. She had rattan swings from the ceiling. The place was unbelievable. To this day, I have never had this soup, and I would die for it. It's called she crab soup. I will never forget it because it was so damn delicious. Everything that she offered on that menu, even the specials, was something so goddamn exquisite. And the sister was bad. She was a bad sister. Her son was an actor, and he played in the HBO show Oz. When she died, because she was up in age, when she died, it was like people mourned it because it wasn't just the food, it wasn't just the ambiance, it wasn't just the interior and just the quality of the service and everything. It was her. She made sure she reminded me of like an Eartha Kitt and Nina Simone. She was just this. It was this drama for her. She was just fabulous, and she would talk to you, and she would remember you, and just. Man, it was like being at home. There was another restaurant that I absolutely adored. It was B. Smith, Barbara Smith. That was another bad sister. That when you walked into her restaurant, it was just like, it was just beautiful. Black people, she was gorgeous and the food was fabulous. And then the last one that I talk about all the time was another one that was downtown. It was called Kwanzaa. Man, oh my God, that restaurant, just the look, I can't even explain. And this is what I'm saying, even though those restaurants are gone, it's something that you'll never forget because of the experiences, the quality of the food. And these were all black owned and they were bad. The waiters, the drinks, everybody was up to par. And if you're going to spend this money, and black people do spend their money, I don't mind spending my money, but I know that I'm going to walk out with this kind of experience. and that's where the rubber meets the road. That's the longevity of these restaurants. You know, you have restaurants that have been around forever and a day. You know, it's because there's something about it, and you don't have to be fancy. It is the quality of their food, and it's consistent. That's the key. The food, because let me tell you something. There are people that know when an ingredient has been changed. They just know. They'll go to that restaurant every week or every month to get the same damn thing because they love it that much. And so it's, like I said, it's an experience. The other thing that I wanted to share with you is when it comes to Black businesses and, you know, how we treat each other, you know, you have to value someone's knowledge. Now, I will say this, and it's sad, but my clientele is mostly white. My clientele is Indian. My clientele is Asian. My clientele is some Hispanics, but mostly white. The few Black clientele that I've had, and it's not that I don't want to, I love, you know, helping my folks. But there is this thing that I see, and it's among, and you know, my experiences has been with educated Black people. They feel that I have to pay them to work with them. I'm on a level right now that I don't have to do that shit. I never did. I am not going to spend my hard-earned time to taking you around, giving you the education, the experience, my network, the people that I know, and pay you to work with me. Who the fuck does that? You're not asking an attorney to do that. You're not asking a doctor to do that. You are going to respect me, because if I'm going to muscle and offer through on a house for you or on a commercial property for you, you better damn well know that I am not giving you a portion of my commission. What I'm giving you is a level of professionalism that they don't see Black people in that light. And the circles of people that in my network that I have built up in the last 17 years, these are some no joke ass lenders. No, I mean, like deep. I mean, so you know, it's like, you have to, I would never, ever, ever ask anyone to give me a portion of their commission or slide me. No, because I recognize professionalism. I recognize the work. So for me, I am not going to fuck with anybody who's going to, and it's so, you know, I have to say, white people have never asked me that shit. Never. It has been my own people, and it hurts me to the core. And I've said, I remember once she is still the VP of entertainment lending. I mean, she has a dope ass job. And she asked me, could I give her a portion of my money? For what? No. Because I'm gonna have to tax you. I'm not. I mean, this is my living. I don't. You know, I'm not married or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? It's like, and yet you want me to sell your house. And at the time, her house was, I would have listed it for like maybe 1.7. I'm not giving you my portion of my fucking commission. I'm not doing that. And then, you know, I had to walk away from that. And it was just like it was like God. It was like karma. Not even a week later, I got a call from this white couple who actually lives like maybe a mile up from where she was. She had it listed. She ended up having somebody list her house. I listed an absolutely much more beautiful home than hers and sold it quicker than hers did. And what she do, she took me off of the Facebook because I guess it was like mud in her face. It's like, fuck you. What you have with me is the level of expertise, the photographers that I use, the quality of the work that I use. It has been in magazines. It has been in newspapers. It has been in a Rob report. I don't fuck around. So at the end of the day, you get what you get. And maybe they're not used to Black agents like that, but I am on a different level than that. You know what I mean? I have sold Paul Williams homes. I've sold to stars. I have sold to people that you see on television right now just because, you know, they might have seen me at an open house and they talked to me, or a business manager recommended me, or somebody else recommended me. And it's like, don't you dare sit around and ask me to pay you to work with me. I'm not doing that fuck shit. And this is where we have to understand how to identify professionalism, how to identify the people that know what they're doing within their genre of professionalism. There's a lot of fuck shit out there, but you have to be very discerning on who you choose as an attorney or as a CPA. You got to ask questions. Just because a friend recommended somebody to you doesn't mean they're good. you've got to interview several people. I don't mind being interviewed because I know I don't come with any facts. All I come with is my record, and my record shows that, you know, the days on market, how I sell. I think I might have sold, in my years, I might have sold 2 or 3 properties below asking. All of them have been above asking. I know how to do my fucking job. I will not pay anybody to work with me because I know my value. And I'm a few black agents out here in Los Angeles that are on that level. Because I don't fuck around. And my people that I work with, they know I'm not one to play. I will tell you to get rid of your furniture. I will get in there with my people and get that place going. I will furnish it, paint it, do whatever I have, do the landscape, anything I got. I have gotten photographers to go up in a helicopter to take photographs of homes because of where it sits on a promontory to see that when I say a view house, I mean it. Those kind of shit, those things, those photographies, that is my marketing tool. So when people ask me to pay them to work with it, I'm not doing none of that shit. Because I know what I bring to the table. And so for each and every one of you within your genre of professionalism, you come with your fucking A game and you never sit on your laurels. I don't sit on my laurels because I know I'm black first. I know I'm black first. And I know that some of the listings I get, I'm not supposed to get according to white supremacy because who the fuck does this nigga think she is? But I know what the fuck I'm doing. And people recognize that. They may not want to list with me because I'm black, but they can't help it because they know I'm good at what I do. Do you see what I'm saying? So when I say this is a business, it's a business. I don't play. I don't like to be, people have asked me to be on television. I did that once. I didn't like it because it wastes my time. But I don't give a fuck about TV and fame. I just want my stuff that I have to sell. I want my clients to respect me and never ask me to pay them to work with them. I mean, it's amazing. It's amazing with my own people. Iranian couples, Iranians and stuff, they love me because they know I'm about the business of being about business. I don't play. Because when you're trusting me with millions of dollars, okay, I take it seriously because this is someone's greatest investment, their greatest asset. I can't play. I was supposed to be home for Thanksgiving. I couldn't because I got a call and I had to be here. And money talks. Amen. So, you know, when it comes to your business, you've got to be able to be about the business and being about business and forever always improving. I am not above board. I am always looking to improve. I'm always learning. I don't play. I like talking to smart people. I was fortunate when I got into this business to be around some older men and women. They are the old Goliaths, the dragons in this business that taught me the old school way. The old school way now I see has benefited me because when I walk into a place with my clients have realized, oh, Jackie, oh my God, I hope you can do, I would love to be an escort with you. Because they know I don't play. So I just, you know, want to express that whether you're aspiring to be a janitor or whatever, or you have a janitorial business, you be the best. Have them all wear uniforms, make them look tight. Do it so that and go above board and go back and check if you have a team. One thing I realized when I asked like a roofer, a black roofer or whatever, I'm like, man, are you going back to check on the work for your people? I'm like, look, I don't play, man. If I am recommending you, you are an extension of me. And if you're an extension of me, you're going to be there every goddamn day to make sure this white folks roof is on point. Because you never know with them, they will come back and say, oh, you know, Jackie, what's the name of that roofer? There's a house that's 20,000 square feet. We need a 20,000 square foot roof line. That's $60,000 in that roofer's pocket. That's no joke. So I'm just saying that, you know, every time you do something, you do it above board times 1,000, and it will come back to pay you tenfold. And you go hard all the time. I am among white people here, and I've carved my way. And it's not because I know somebody. It's because of pure grit. I didn't play. I farmed. I walked. I talked. I did things. It took years. And now people call me. I don't have to farm anymore. People are calling. It's just like it took 15 years of work and heartache to get to a point where people call me to say, hey. So that's why I said I was leaving to come home to New Jersey for Thanksgiving, but I got a call. I couldn't play, and these people they're serious. So I just said fuck it. My family understands. They know I'm always last minute, so they know. So I just I just look. I've been around a long time. And I've learned a lot from even my clients. I've learned a lot from my clients, man. These are some high net worth people. I've learned a lot. And it's about quality. They don't give a shit what nationality you are. If you're delivering, I'm going to give you let me give you a joke. I'm going to give you a joke. One of the baddest motherfuckers in LA when it comes to construction. Bad. When I say bad, bad. Is a brother. His name is Calvin. I met him years ago. And I peeped him because he is a general contractor, but he's also an artist. And he loves to create with his hands. So I worked with him, and I was watching him, over the years with some of my clients, with some of what I do, and he's up to, the man is unbelievable. And I recommended him to a judge in Beverly Hills. They just purchased a house at the time. This was about 10 years ago. They purchased a house for $8.7 million, and it needed everything. He and his wife. And when you look at Calvin is very, 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 very skinny. He doesn't eat. I've always told him he needs to eat. He's about 6'3". He's jet black from Greenville, Mississippi. Love him to pieces. And the way he talks, he has this way of talking that people like to listen to him talk because he's got this Mississippi, Chicago thing. You know what I mean? And I don't know who did his dentures. I don't know who did it, but it looks like he has a row of chiclets in his mouth. But anyway, having said that, he drives around in this white van that looks like it would be a homeless encampment van, but in it is all his equipment, and he loves that van. These white folks saw him coming up, pulled up in front of the house, and I know what they thought. Everybody thinks the same thing. What the hell is this? And I'll never forget. The house was about 14,000 square feet, and they saw him and looked at him. And the wife said to him, I want you to do, they showed him a little room. They didn't take him to the bigger room, the little room. Said, I want you to do whatever she wanted him to do. And I forgot all the stuff that they asked him. Anyway, they called me about 2 weeks later, and they said, Jackie, wherever you got Calvin, she says, we asked him to, I forgot to do this patina thing on the walls and do something with the floor, whatever they want, and then paint it. She says, my wife opened up that door when it was finished, and she says, you've got the whole house. And they thanked me, and I'll never forget, maybe about 6 to 8 months into him doing that house, my mother came to town. And my mother always heard about Calvin. Calvin would talk to her on the phone, everything, my mother. And when my mother saw what Calvin did to this wine cellar in this people's house, and when she saw what he did with just the workmanship, the craftsmanship, it's a craft. My mother said, this man is a gold mine. He is a gold mine. And so he is a perfectionist. And this is what you have to be in this business to be above board. You're competing with Hispanics. And the thing that they don't understand, a lot of people get frustrated with them now because they can't speak English, and their way they do work, it's not Black people are superior when it comes to craftsmanship. They're superior when it comes to artistry. They're superior when it comes to creativity and invention. Black American people are superior. And it's just been today, this room, the one previous, and yesterday, we have got to get back to the basics. You got to get back.
Back to the basics.
And we make impossible look so easy. We really do. It is just a thing that we need to understand, is that we need to get back to what, and I said this in the previous room, back to the professions that helped build Black American middle class, which is now building this hidden and rising middle class among Hispanics. We've got to not be afraid to get out there and hustle again. We're not hustling like we used to. I think in LA, they're not even asking for people license. Where are the black food trucks? Forget about the trucks. Where's the corner that if I go into a club or a thing, I want to see a black owned or a black truck on the corner, not a food truck, but just like a van with your tables and stuff. Man, I know that if my people were out in the streets, like them Mexicans or whatever they are, with their table would be fabulous. They would have a portable thing to wash your hands. They would do it better than anybody else, and the line would be around the corner, because our food is so vast. Our food is so different. You know, something happened, and I had said this in the previous room. I think that crack decade, that crack era, the 20 years maybe of the crack epidemic in our community wiped out hope, wiped out creativity, wiped out invention, wiped out, period, our spirit. We've got to get back to it, because we were so fabulous. If you ever look at old clips of us, we were in our majestic state, and they hated us for it. They're always going to hate you for it. You just keep on moving. You keep moving. I can tell you with my work that it has catapulted me to other opportunities, you know, that I never would have thought about. And I am being faced with, I'm being spread thin, and this morning I had a meltdown. And, you know, I'm looking at myself and I'm saying, I'm 56 years old. I should be retiring, and the shit's popping off now. And to be quite honest with you guys, all I want to do is love. I could give up everything right now and just love and cook for somebody, because I like the simplicity of life, but that's not the case. And these opportunities are coming to me because there's a need, and there's a need because they trust me. And so I had a meltdown because I'm behind on everything. And I've got to get it together, because people are looking at me and depending on me for certain things, and I'm just being spread thin. But it would not have happened if I didn't start this new chapter in my life back in 2005. And it's been hard, but it's been rewarding. It's been frustrating, but it's been good. It has been debilitating, but it's been edifying. It is what it is. It's life. So all I can share with you guys is that whatever you choose to do it because you want to do it, not because you have to do it. Because when you get to the point where you have to do it, it doesn't become, you know, pleasurable anymore. It just becomes an arduous task. Find that thing that you know is going to elevate you and be the best at it. If it's even a janitorial, do it beyond. You don't have to charge so much. Lure your clientele by charging them less than the competition. Let them see your work. Let them feel you for 1 year. You come back with, here is, my prices have been raised. They're going to say, you know what, so-and-so, you have done an excellent job. I'm not even gonna flinch with this one. You know, I have taken on property management. You know, I now have 11 buildings now. Some of them I let go because it's too much, but it's like my rates have gone up because things have gone up. Gas has gone up. I mean, everything has gone up. Nobody pushed back on it because for some of those buildings, I turned it around. I turned some of these condo buildings around where they had no reserve. Now they've got reserve money. Where they had no maintenance and nobody to respond. Now they've got people that will respond. It's of course, my job is 24 hours, 7 days a week. I'm on the road right now because there was an issue. So, this is what it is. But guess what? I respond, and this is what they're paying me for this. So if I go back and say, hey, my rate's going to go up this way, they're not even, whatever it takes, please do not leave us, please. That's what I'm talking about. I started out low just because I wanted them to know how I work and see if the relationship would work. When they saw the quality of work and that I'm not fucking around, they don't have any problem with that anymore. My challenge is to keep up that reputation. See? And this is what it is. You've got to be consistent no matter what it is. Whether you're trying to lose weight or trying to build your business, you have to be consistent. You have to be consistent. You don't have to gouge everybody. You get in there. Just get in. Get in. Get the account. Just get it in. And do what you got to do to keep it and show your ass. Show them that they made the right choice. And that's where the hustle and the hunger comes. You know, there's one thing about me at 56, I'm still hungry. Maybe it's a competitiveness. Maybe because I'm black and people always doubt you. Whatever it is, it's keeping me moving. So I say whatever you do, quality. It's quality. It's quality. It's going to be, you got to be friendly with these people because they're paying you. And it may not necessarily be black, but if it's going to be a black clientele, and you've got to show them your professionalism. And if they ask you to compromise your professionalism, it's time to walk. You fire them, and it's okay. You can fire your own client. I have fired clients because they don't have the respect. I don't want to be around people who don't respect me. Because I respect myself. I respect my quality of work. I respect my professionalism. And I respect my goddamn money. And I respect my bottom line. So I just, Calvin, my guy Calvin, I can't even call him anymore because Calvin is busy. I spoke to him a couple of months ago. Calvin is basically 2024 is a wrap. That's how bad he is. People are waiting for him. So, it's really just the quality. Be above board. And this is the thing, what I noticed, if you guys, I know you notice this too, you call up customer service, there's no calling up customer service anymore. There's no one-on-one anymore. It's send an email. If you're in a situation, no matter what it is, and you need an answer right away, sending an email is not going to work. You need touch and feel. I don't care how AI and digital and all this other technology is going to make life easier. Yes and no. But when it comes to service, they want a one-on-one. They want to touch and feel. They want to talk to somebody. They want to be able to, what will take a day to get back on an email could take 5 minutes if you can talk to somebody on the phone. And it can be very frustrating. And those things add to the frustration of life. If you are in a service business, if you hire a 24-hour service call company, you're sleeping at nighttime, you got people that's calling you, at least as an answering service that says, so-and-so business, how may I help you? This is the answering service. So that when you wake up in the morning, you've got things to do because they're giving you that information. Those things, you can get a virtual assistant for $29, $30 a month. They're in the Philippines. Get a virtual assistant. They're up to par. Those people are no joke. Something, you've got to be, up to par with all this other shit. You have a business of the staff, let them wear uniforms, that they're identifiable. If it's even a t-shirt, a nice one, identify with a logo, identifiable. So it's getting back to basics. We were like that before. Something got lost. We figured the white folks can do it, so can we. No, you're black first. You got to be above board and above that board. White folks can do that shit. The troglodytes can't. Black people can't. We don't have that space to do that shit. And with our people, we show them that this is the professionalism you hired. So that's I went on for like 10 minutes, I'm sorry, but that's my thoughts for the day, for the night, as I try to run these homeless people out from this building. I was yelling because they had a homeless guy in one of my buildings. One of the tenants called outside of the building with a little bonfire, like keeping his ass warm. I'm like, you know what? No, we're not today. So that's my life. And I fold my chair. Did I put everybody to sleep?
No, it's like I'm hearing in the mirror. I mean, wow. I mean, it's like you're a female me.
You said I'm a what? You said I'm a female what?
You're a female me, because I'm just as hard nosed as you are when it comes to me and mine. So no, I salute you.
Oh, thank you, honey. You got to be about business, and you got to be above board, because they don't expect you as a black person to know shit. They don't expect you to do shit. And when you come with your A game on top of your A game, there's no room. There is no room to negotiate, no price. There's no room to ask me to give me none of my. I'm not doing none of that shit. I'm not doing none of that shit. You know, I will give you an example. I had a doctor that years ago. I got him a property. He just walked into the listing of mine, and we just like this white guy. He's an orthopedic doctor, and he has been giving me. This is back in 2011. He has been giving me referrals ever since. And the referral that was a big winner was just last November. It was a colleague of his and his wife. They were Iranian, and they saw a house that they liked in an area of LA called Little Holmby Hills, which is right near UCLA. It helped that I knew the agent very, very well. In fact, it's one of my dearest friends. And he had the listing. It was an original Paul Williams. If you don't know who Paul Williams is, I have it posted who he is. He's actually one of my favorite architects of all time. He was a black architect, one of the most lauded architects in America, but he is God here in California. I mean, his home done well. I mean, when I say done, I'm talking, renovated in the likeness of Paul Williams if he were alive today. They sell for anywhere between like 19 million to 35, 40 million right now. This was a man who, back in the 30s and 40s and 50s in particular, he was sought after by some of the greatest names in Hollywood. Lucille Ball, Lon Chaney, Meyer, what's his name, from Metro-Goldwyn Mayer, him, Hearst. This man was so sought after. And the irony of it all was that as a black man, he wasn't allowed to sit next to the people that hired him to draw their home. So what he would do is sit opposite them and draw to the T. I actually had the pleasure of meeting his granddaughter, who allowed me, with gloves, to look at some of his original blueprint that he used to draw upside down because he could not sit next to them because he was black. Okay? And so this doctor saw this house and loved it and wanted it. I mean, he and his wife, sometimes these things can be nerve-wracking. They wanted this house so bad. And there must have been about 8 people competing for this house. A lot of them are developers. They came with all cash. My clients weren't all cash, but they had money. And again, it comes with knowing your craft, and like I said, I'm never above learning. I have always learned that you never to give up. There's always you never give up. There's always a way, and I'll never forget. They called me and said, "Jackie, we want this house so bad. What do you think we should do? Because we're up against all these all cash developers." And I said, the only thing that I know that you could do that could be the winner is you put in an escalation clause. What is that? I said, basically, we will counter back and say that we will meet the highest offer and add X amount of dollars. And they said, well, what do you think we should add? And I said about $75,000. And that was the only thing. It was a Hail Mary. Guess what? We went to the bank, their bank. I said, listen, this is where it might fall. Plus, we were doing this escalation clause. Can you give me a letter that says that they are, not the amount, because we don't know what the amount's going to be, but that they have the capacity to do that? Not a problem. Got that letter. Did the escalation clause. Out of the 8 offers, we got it. We got it. We got it because of that escalation clause. That didn't come out of the sky. That came out of just experience. It comes out of talking to my colleagues, those that are in this business longer than I have, listening to them and learning. I'm not above learning. Those things in your craft, no matter what it is, you learn from people. You learn from going to these conferences. You learn by experiencing whatever the service is and thinking, how can I do it better? Those things. That's what you do. I like walk on water with these people. Now they've got an original, actually it was an original Paul Williams, untouched. The people that had it for almost 70 years. They maintained it, but they never even changed out the kitchen because they told me that the maid that they had liked the kitchen so much, she didn't want them to renovate it at all. And they were like, whatever works, because she was one of those career maids. But at the end of the day, my job was complete. I got them what they wanted at whatever cost it cost them. They didn't care. They wanted the house. This is what I'm saying to you. You know what I'm saying?
I'll say this right here, you know. You said something very compelling about experience, and that's the difference between now and then. Because I have a lot of employees, that come and go. Some of them they'll stay with you for 6 months and they're in business for themselves. Yeah. And that's the thing about it. Experience is not a microwave scenario. Experience is a full brawl scenario when you come from the bottom up. So I'm with you.
No doubt about it. And sometimes your experience is when you have hard times. I'll never forget. And I'm keeping it really real in here. During the recession, I was in the middle of renovating an 8-unit building, and I lost the building eventually because I couldn't maintain it because things were tight. I had to sell it. I learned so many lessons from that. That will never happen to me. It never happened to me again because sometimes it takes a good kick in the ass to understand what you did wrong and you'll never fucking repeat it. That will never happen to me again. I had to unload it. You know what I mean? And take a hit. So at the end of the day, experience comes good. Experience comes with the bad. And you take it and you got to learn from it. And that's it. I am a pretty resilient person. So, although that was a hit, I don't know, maybe because of my business and I see how money goes, I don't fret over money because I have, again, experience. I have seen multi-millionaire clients tell me they lost it all 20 years ago. And now they're buying a $10 million house. So at the end of the day, all is never lost. All is never lost. And your color is not a deterrent. It is to a certain point, but it's not a deterrent. What's in your head and your spirit. If your spirit is not right, if your willingness is not there, that's the deterrent. Nobody can tell you that you can't because you're black. Nobody can tell you you don't belong because you're black. That's fuck shit. That's bullshit. You as a black person belong anywhere in this damn country. You know why? Because it's yours. Number one. Number two, your lineage built this goddamn country. And that's the bottom fucking line, and they know it. So don't let anybody tell you that you don't belong somewhere because you're black or you can't do this because you're black. Fuck that shit. There's always let me tell you something. There's one thing about me that my mother always said. Nobody tells me no. When you tell me no, that means like a fucking yes. I don't give a shit. I don't care what I have to do. You're never going to tell me no. Because no means yes to me. And I've been like that since I was a little girl. Something was wired wrong. But when you tell me no, that means yes to me. And like Twin will tell you, I grew up in Newark. You ain't going to tell nobody from Newark no. I know that for fact. So that's the God's honest truth.
My mother's from Newark.
Yeah, I was born in the Bronx, but I grew up in Newark on Clifton Avenue, right across from Branchbrook Park. in them colonnade buildings. So at the end of the day, you know, I don't accept no. I don't accept that I can't do it because I'm black, or I can't get this listing because I don't know the area. I know the area better than most. And if I don't, I act like it. Sometimes you got to act it out. Okay? Sometimes you got to act it out. I don't give a shit. I'm going to get it because guess what? In my head, I'm better than everybody. In my head, I'm better than most. And that's it. You know? So, shit. The shit that I've been through, man, please. You talk about discrimination and how we talk about housing and how they discriminate against black people in appraisal value. You better goddamn believe it. And what shocks me more than anything is that a lot of agents, particularly black agents, they don't know the laws. You know, when you're in those situations, you got to know this business, and you got to go to these conferences, and you got to, you know, learn new laws and new rules and everything, so that you know when people are talking to you, they know what you're talking about. You're always constantly learning. You never sit on your laurels, because when you start sitting on your laurels is when you get yourself in trouble. So I just, yeah. 11:30. I'm out here in the streets. Yep, and that's it, folks. I'm looking at a troglodyte. I don't know what he's looking at over here, but you know not to come across this way. Is Black Majority asleep? Where's Twin?
That's a question. You be careful out there, all right?
Oh, I'm so used to this.
Yeah, but be careful.
Well, thank you, though. Thank you. Black Majority, are you there? He's sleeping. Let me see. One Love, oh, she's gone. Oh, maybe is I Am sleeping? Muffet.
You might be in the Matrix. Ain't nobody sleeping.
Twin is up. Newark is up. Brick City.
I ain't never sleep.
I know. Well, you know, we don't sleep, Twin.
Was that Muffet that spoke?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Was that Muffet that spoke?
Oh my God.
No, that was DJ.
DJ?
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna die. Oh my God.
Here with my sandals on and looking crazy, my hair. Oh, God. So let me just get some gas because I got to get out early tomorrow morning. Oh, God. Dealing with these damn people and their bullshit.
Hold it down, Twin. Hold it down. I'm over here working too. Let's get it.
You are. Oh man, I got your voicemail message, brother. You know,
I'm in Eastwick right now. I'm in Eastwick, yo. I'm on Green Street as well.
Oh man, I hear it's 37 degrees out there, brother.
Oh yeah, that hawk tripping, yo. It's tripping. You know what I'm saying?
That hawk is no joke.
Ooh, man, I'm gonna die up in here.
Well, at least in LA right now, gas has gone down. It's $4.99. It was $7. Wow. I'm like, shit, it's time to walk.
Wow, it says $4?
No, $4.99. It's $5. You know, they killed me. It's $4.99. It's like, why don't you just say $5 and stop, you know, and so-called all that bullshit. Mm-hmm.
Wow, it's still like 3-something here in Florida. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's nuts.
Man, I'm losing my.
It's crazy. It was $7 about 3 months ago. I'm like, shit. This is crazy.
Can't nobody afford
I'm trying
that.
to get a Tesla.
I'm going to tell you something. You know,
Oh man,
it would be great.
God, I'm
This is
not
another hustle. Yusef, I missed Yusef in the
Oh,
room because when I came in the room, but then I got completely diverted with all this bullshit that I had to deal with. But Yusef left, but he and I were in the room yesterday, and I'm telling you, he was spitting some knowledge. He's a highly intelligent brother. But I'm telling you something. The charging stations here in Los Angeles, I will say this. You have to, if you're going to get an electric car here in LA, you better have access to, charging at home, because what I have found here in Los Angeles, that the charging stations that they do have at like Target or Whole Foods, they have like 5 or 6 stations. Out of the 5, say for example, 4 of them are not working. And then there's one working, and there's like 4 or 5 cars, and it's because, this thing, it takes like sometimes an hour or 2 hours depending on how much you charging you need. Target, you go to Target, same electric car, same goddamn thing. You go to Target and the network is down. And I'm saying to myself, look, you know what? There needs to be a situation where you get hustle, where you are out there trying to maintain these charging machines. You get the homeless out here that are busting the handles, so that if they bust the handles, you can't use it anyway. So it's like, that's a hustle. And Yusef was telling me that some brother just got investment funding for his company to do just that somewhere in the United States. I'm like, look, that would be a hustle out here, man, to get to know these different charging, EVgo and Checkpoint, and this one called Flow and all this other stuff. And get to expertise on how to clean them, how to fix them and work them.
Yeah, but more so, I don't know if you noticed or not, just like when white people buying Hummers and all this stuff,